Small hopes glow faintly, steady as lantern wicks. In the heart of Shanghai, where narrow alleys coiled like threads on a loom, the evening carried a hush that did not quite reach silence. Lanterns leaned from wooden balconies, their light spilling across cobblestones, slick from the day's rain. Within that softened glow, 1,000 small wishes stirred, each no louder than the sound of slippers brushing stone. There was a merchant, young still, who stood each night before closing his stall and breathed a wish into the darkness. He did not ask for riches, only for enough to keep his household upright, enough to mend his wife's silk robe before the fabric frayed too far. The coins clinked in his palm with the weight of possibility, but always he longed for steadiness, not fortune. Across the district, a scholar bent over his desk. The ink upon his brush had begun to blur, bleeding into characters that no longer held shape. His wish was not for wealth, but for clarity. Clarity of mind, of thought, of purpose. He remembered days when the classics spoke to him plainly, when a line of Tang poetry could rise from the page like incense smoke. Now the words resisted him, and his heart whispered for the return of that old ease. Not far away, in a small tenement tucked behind a laundry yard, a rickshaw puller rubbed his knees until the ache dulled enough for rest. He whispered no prayers aloud, but inside, the wish repeated itself like a chant. Let tomorrow hurt less than today. He knew strength well, but strength had grown heavy. Pain curled in his bones, and though he carried it without complaint, the wish persisted, a private murmur in the dark. None of them knew one another, not yet. Yet in their unspoken hopes, they shared a kinship as fragile as rice paper and as real as the lamp flame. Wishes, after all, have a way of bending together, forming unseen threads that can tug lives into unexpected meetings. And so the city, alive with quiet longings, inhaled under the lantern light. Somewhere, a bell tolled from a temple, its chime neither sharp nor loud, but carrying the rhythm of continuity. Children laughed faintly in courtyards, their games half shadow, half dream. Mothers drew curtains, fathers tallied accounts, and in that chorus of ordinary motions, the small, private wishes lingered. The merchant folded his stall and let the shutters fall into place. He touched the wood, as though sealing his desire inside. The scholar blew gently across the paper, the ink smearing, but he convinced himself clarity might yet return in morning light. The puller lay back on his mat, letting the ache settle, his eyes tracing cracks in the ceiling as though they might form a map to gentler days. In each gesture, in each fragile hope, the city's pulse revealed itself, not in noise or bustle, but in the shared silence of wanting. They did not yet know the storms that would come, the burdens heavy enough to bend shoulders and test friendships. For now, there was only the whisper of lantern wicks, the sigh of rain sliding from tiled roofs, and the faint, invisible threads of longing weaving them closer together. The city folds itself into twilight rhythms. Evening in Shanghai came not with sudden darkness, but with a slow dimming, as though the city itself exhaled and let the light retreat a little at a time. The sun, tired from its work, leaned low over the Huangpu River, sending ribbons of faded gold across the rippling water. Boats, some still heavy with cargo, drifted toward their moorings, their sails slackening. The river smelled faintly of fish and damp wood, a scent that clung to the docks like a memory. Along the narrow streets, shutters swung inward with the quiet creak of habit. Vendors stacked baskets of fruit, bruised peaches resting against one another as though finding comfort in closeness. A butcher wiped his knife with a rag, folding it away as though folding away the day itself. The calls of hawkers softened into murmurs, and then to nothing at all. It was the kind of stillness that only a city knows, lively, yet hushed, each sound shrinking into the folds of twilight. Children, their feet dusty from the day, were called indoors. One girl skipped once more across the threshold before vanishing inside, as though to capture that last instant of freedom before the night claimed her. Mothers clapped their hands gently, urging them in, their voices neither stern nor indulgent, but shaped by the rhythm of countless evenings past. Lamps were lit, oil lamps, paper lanterns, candles, all glowing in their own small ways, pushing back the shadows. On one corner, a tea shop emptied slowly. Men who had spent the afternoon debating politics, trade, or gossip now rose, brushing crumbs from their sleeves, gathering their dignity like their satchels. They bowed slightly to one another, their laughter fading as they stepped into the lane. The owner, a man with weary eyes, stacked porcelain cups into neat rows. He paused a moment, gazing at the door frame as if listening for one last customer, then closed the bolt softly. His shop, too, surrendered to the night. The evening streets held more than sound. They held stories. A boy carried a loaf of bread home, careful not to drop it, though he secretly wished for a bite. A seamstress hurried with a bundle beneath her arm, the thread still clinging to her sleeve like spider silk. A rickshaw rattled past, the puller's feet striking the stones in steady rhythm, carrying a passenger whose head was heavy with the day's weariness. And in each step, in each glance, the city breathed as one vast organism, countless lives stitched together by twilight. Not all the streets were calm. In the busier markets, stalls still hummed with a lingering energy. The smell of roasted chestnuts mixed with smoke from charred fish, and laughter spilled from tavern doors. Musicians, their instruments worn but cherished, coaxed out melodies that rose into the dim sky like questions with no answers. The notes danced for a moment, then dissolved into the murmur of footsteps, the creak of carts, the sigh of oxen shifting their weight. Yet even in these livelier quarters, a softness prevailed. The city was not shouting, but sighing. Even quarrels between shopkeepers seemed muffled, as though evening wrapped every sound in cloth. One could hear the splash of laundry being rinsed in a basin, the soft flap of laundry lines in the breeze, the hush of voices carrying from balconies where neighbors leaned to exchange parting words. The scholar, the one who bent too long over his books, stepped out of his room into this softened world. He blinked against the lamplight spilling from the lane, his eyes weary but grateful for air not yet spoiled by ink. He walked slowly, listening more than seeing. Children's laughter, fading. The call of a fishmonger, ending. The scrape of a stool being drawn in. He realized that these sounds, the ordinary rhythm of the streets, were as much lessons as any classic text, though written in no book. The rickshaw puller, too, was on the streets, though his day was nearly done. He drew his cart to the side, resting his palms on the handles, his chest rising with slow, deliberate breaths. Around him, lanterns swung in the breeze, glowing against the darkening sky. He felt in some quiet part of himself that these lanterns were companions, their steady flames mirroring his own stubborn endurance. He wished again, silently, for less pain tomorrow. As for the merchant, he locked the final clasp on his stall, tugged once on the wood to make sure it held, and turned toward home. He passed neighbors who nodded with practiced familiarity. No need for words. Each step toward his doorway was a step into the comfort of predictability. He thought of his wife waiting inside, of the simple bowl of rice steaming on the table. His wish, small, steady, traveled with him like a candle cupped against the wind. The evening streets did not judge these wishes. They carried them gently, as though the cobblestones themselves were listeners. Every footstep seemed to press the hope into the earth, storing it for another day. The city had seen countless such evenings, some filled with longing, others with laughter, all with the same rhythm of light fading and lamps rising. Above the roofs, the sky deepened into indigo. The first stars appeared timidly, their shine softened by the city's haze. A bell tolled again from the temple, steady and patient, marking the hour. And in that toll, in that slow, measured sound, lives folded inward. Merchants, scholars, rickshaw pullers, seamstresses, mothers, children, all finding their way toward sleep, toward dreams, toward whatever the night might bring. And still, the city breathed. Gentle habits cradle households through nightfall. Every city, no matter how vast or crowded, leans upon its rituals. They are the threads that bind one day to the next, the quiet stitches that hold life together even when the fabric frays. In Shanghai, as twilight deepened, these rituals unfolded in countless doorways and courtyards, steady as the tide. The first came in the kitchens, where water simmered in iron pots, hissing softly as steam curled toward the rafters. A mother bent low over the fire, coaxing its glow with patient hands. She added a pinch of salt, a scatter of chopped greens, the aroma filling the room like a promise. Outside, her children's laughter dwindled into yawns. She would call them in soon, but for a moment longer she let them play, knowing that this hour, this delicate seam between day and night, was too precious to rush. Across the lane, an old man adjusted the wick of a lamp until the flame balanced itself. He cupped his hand around it, as though shielding a heartbeat. Then he set the lamp upon the table, where shadows retreated toward the corners. His wife laid out bowls, careful not to clatter them. The silence of the house was not emptiness, but reverence, a quiet woven from years of repetition. Children recited their lessons aloud, their voices steady but drowsy. The sound floated out through half-open shutters, blending with the distant creak of carts and the drip of water from eaves. A boy stumbled over a line. His sister corrected him with a giggle, and together they pressed forward. Their father listened from his seat, not interrupting, content that the ritual carried its own discipline. The classics had been read this way for generations, their rhythms seeping into memory like lullabies. Elsewhere, families gathered not around books, but around food. A bowl of rice passed from hand to hand, chopsticks tapping lightly against porcelain. A father lifted a morsel for his youngest, who accepted it with a grin half hidden behind her palm. These moments, unremarkable to any stranger, were the very foundation of life, small exchanges that affirmed belonging. Not every ritual was so warm. In a dim upper room, a seamstress worked by candlelight, her needle darting through fabric with the speed of necessity. Her family waited for her, bowls cooling, but she continued to stitch. She had promised a client the garments by morning, and promises were another kind of ritual, one that bound her to long nights and aching eyes. The candle guttered once, and she shielded it with her palm, whispering a plea for just a little more wax, a little more time. Down another street, a shopkeeper tallied his accounts, each number written with deliberate strokes, each column lined up with care. The ritual soothed him, even as the sums revealed their harsh truth. Profit was thin, debt thicker. He sighed, but he did not stop. The act of writing steadied him, The ledger was more than record. It was a companion, one that listened without judgment. The rituals belonged not only to households, but to neighborhoods. At the well in the courtyard, women drew buckets of water, exchanging brief words as the ropes creaked. They spoke of the weather, of a child's cough, of fabric prices at the market. Nothing urgent, nothing sharp, only the kind of talk that polished the edges off the day. The splash of water, the squeak of pulleys, the murmur of voices. These, too, were part of the city's lullaby. Lanterns flickered above doorways, casting overlapping pools of light. Within those circles, men paused to smoke their pipes, drawing in silence. The glow of embers lit their faces, then faded as smoke curled upward. Each exhale was a ritual in itself, a release of the day's weight. They said little, but in their stillness was an understanding. The world could be endured one evening at a time. In one small room, a widow sat before her shrine. She lit incense, watching the smoke climb as if it carried her thoughts heavenward. She whispered names, her husband's, her parents', then bowed 3 times. Her hands shook slightly, but the motion was precise, practiced. This was her tether, the act that drew the past close enough to hold. She lingered until the sticks burned low, then folded her hands in her lap, her breath steadying with the smoke. Beyond the homes and courtyards, the great city hummed with its own larger rituals. The watchmen walked their routes, tapping wooden clappers to mark the hour. The sound echoed down alleys, reminding all who heard it that the night was under watch. That order, however fragile, remained. From the temples came chants, low and resonant, drifting over rooftops. Even those who did not believe found comfort in the cadence, as though the city itself was breathing prayers. The scholar returned to his desk, though his eyes were heavy. He dipped his brush, traced a single character, then stopped. The ink pooled, blurring the stroke. He sighed and set the brush aside. His ritual had faltered, but he kept the lamp burning, as if its flame alone might restore him. He read a line aloud, his voice thin, but the sound filled the room enough to stave off silence. Sometimes, the ritual mattered more than the result. The rickshaw puller, lying on his mat, closed his eyes. He did not pray aloud, did not whisper wishes this time. Instead, he folded his hands over his chest, counting his breaths. Inhale, exhale. The rhythm was its own comfort. His children stirred nearby, their small breaths mingling with his own. This, too, was a ritual. Listening, measuring, knowing they were safe under the same roof. So the city, vast and restless by day, settled into its countless repetitions. Each household lit its lamps, boiled its rice, recited its lessons, tallied its sums. None of these acts would ever make a headline, yet together they formed the true history of a place. The history written in gestures, in patience, in the quiet courage of ordinary persistence. When the final shutters closed and the last voices dimmed, Shanghai did not fall silent. It whispered through its rituals, holding itself steady against the uncertainties that waited just beyond the horizon. Quiet facades carry unspoken weights. From the outside, the city appeared at ease. Lanterns glowed steadily, shutters stood neatly aligned, and families carried out their rituals with practiced grace. Yet behind those facades, behind the smiles, the polite nods, the ordinary greetings, there lingered a heaviness seldom named aloud. It was the weight of hidden burdens, carried in silence, as carefully balanced as a tray of porcelain cups. A merchant might walk home with a straight back and a measured step, but inside, his mind turned like an anxious wheel. He had told his wife that business was sufficient, that the stall would cover their needs. Yet in his ledger, a column of numbers leaned dangerously against him, debts piling like stones. To admit such truths aloud felt impossible. Dignity required silence, so he carried the weight alone, tightening his jaw as he crossed his threshold, smiling as if nothing troubled him. The scholar, too, bore his secret. His neighbors knew him as a man of learning, a guardian of texts older than memory. They nodded with respect when he passed, though they also whispered about his distracted air. What they did not know, what he could not confess, was that the characters on his page now blurred as though submerged in water. His mind, once sharp as a blade, dulled beneath the haze of fatigue and quiet dependence. He longed for clarity, yet hid the truth beneath gestures of calm. His burden was not visible, but it was no less crushing. In a quiet tenement, the rickshaw puller folded his day's wages into a pouch. His hands trembled, not from age, but from exhaustion and the strain of enduring pain too long. He told his children that work was manageable, that tomorrow would be easier. Yet he knew his body was betraying him, the aches growing heavier with each dawn. He feared that soon the work would outpace his strength, and the small coins he laid upon the table would no longer appear. But he did not speak of this fear. It was his alone to carry. Elsewhere, a young wife sat stitching by candlelight. She hummed softly, a song meant to reassure the child drowsing at her side. But the song's sweetness hid her worry, her husband's absences, the way his eyes no longer met hers. She wondered if he was ill, or if shadows darker than illness claimed his nights. Still, she smiled at her child, smoothed the fabric, and continued the song. The burden of not knowing pressed upon her heart like a stone, but she masked it with melody. The city was full of such disguises, smiles worn like armor, politeness offered as shield. A neighbor bowed in the alley, complimenting another's household, though inside she fretted about the pawned bracelet that once belonged to her mother. A clerk laughed at a jest in the tea house, though he knew his wages had not arrived in weeks. A seamstress bent over her work, needle flying, while her eyes stung with unshed tears over a debt she could not clear. It was not shame alone that silenced them. It was duty, too. To confess a burden was to shift its weight onto others, onto children, spouses, friends. And so they bore it quietly, believing silence to be an act of love. Yet the silence grew heavy, pressing against ribs and thoughts, until even laughter felt thin. Sometimes, though, the weight revealed itself in small gestures. The merchant's hand lingered a moment too long on his ledger. The scholar's brush paused above the paper, a drop of ink falling like an unintended confession. The rickshaw puller's sigh lasted a heartbeat longer than necessary, betraying more than fatigue. These were the city's true languages, subtle as wind, heard only by those who listened closely. Children, perceptive in ways adults often overlook, noticed. A boy saw his father's eyes cloud though the words said otherwise. A daughter watched her mother count coins twice, then pretend not to worry. They learned early that burdens could be hidden, but seldom erased. And in their own way, they carried pieces of those burdens too. Small echoes of adult silence woven into their games and dreams. The weight was not always financial or physical. Sometimes it was memory. An old man tended his incense sticks, bowing before names carved on wooden tablets. He never spoke of the night he lost his brother, or of the promise he had broken long ago. But in the incense smoke, the burden rose, swirling into the rafters, invisible but present. Those who passed his window smelled only sandalwood. They did not know that grief had been burning there for decades. Other burdens took the shape of longing. A woman who once dreamed of music now cleaned houses for coin. She hummed while she worked, hiding her sorrow in song. Her neighbors admired her diligence, never suspecting that each note carried a quiet ache for what might have been. Dreams deferred became burdens too, heavy, though their weight could not be measured in silver or rice. In such ways, the city held layers unseen. Streets appeared orderly, markets lively, homes lit with warmth. Yet beneath, each life bore its own unspoken story, a subterranean current of struggle. Like the Huangpu River, broad on the surface, restless underneath, these burdens flowed silently, shaping the city's soul. Still, there was resilience in silence. Though the burdens were heavy, the act of carrying them, of waking each day and stepping once more into the world, was itself a kind of quiet heroism. It did not make the weight vanish, but it lent dignity to those who bore it. And perhaps, in some hidden corner of their hearts, they hoped that one day the silence might be shared, the burden eased by another's hand. For now, though, the city slept behind its facades, each household guarding its secrets, each heart cradling its own unspoken weight. The lanterns glowed softly, as though in sympathy, their light steady against the dark. Conversations leave spaces wider than words. There are many kinds of distance in a city. Some are measured in streets, others in rivers, or in the quiet space between doorways. Yet the most persistent distance of all is not one of geography, but of silence. The gaps that open inside conversations, the pauses too long to be filled. In Shanghai's twilight, that silence grew like a shadow stretching across courtyards. Families still spoke, neighbors still exchanged greetings, merchants still bowed politely, but beneath the surface lay an ache of words unsaid. The city hummed with politeness, but every nod and smile left behind a space wide enough to hide whole stories. At one table, a husband asked, "Was the rice enough?" His wife nodded, "Plenty," though she had eaten less so the children could fill their bowls. Between them stretched a distance neither dared cross, his guilt, her sacrifice. They both knew, but the words would only wound, so they remained unsaid. Elsewhere, a young scholar returned from the tea house. His neighbors asked about his studies, and he answered lightly, speaking of old poems and bright students. Yet his voice wavered when pressed for detail. He dared not admit how the characters blurred, how his hand trembled at the brush. So he spoke in fragments, leaving wide spaces between his words. His listeners, polite, did not press. They nodded, letting silence serve as bridge. In an alley, two seamstresses shared a bench. One asked, "Busy today?" The other smiled faintly, saying, "Enough work to keep." What she did not say, that she had pawned her thimble, that the coins barely stretched to flour. Instead, she smiled, as one does when silence feels kinder than truth. The distance sat between them, invisible but palpable, like a thread that refused to knot. Children, too, learned the art of silence. They saw their parents exchange glances heavy with meaning, saw them hide worry behind small gestures. A boy asked his father why he sighed so deeply at night, and the father laughed it off. "Old lungs, that's all." The boy accepted the answer, though he knew it was not the truth. That unspoken truth drifted into the air, settling into the child's heart as quietly as dust. The rickshaw puller walked home late, his shoulders bent, his palms raw. When his neighbor called out, "Long day?" he lifted his hand in vague reply. He could have spoken of the weight of passengers, the pain twisting through his back, the coins too few to ease the ache. but such words would serve no purpose. So he let silence fall, offering only a half smile. His neighbor nodded back, sensing more but asking less. At the merchant's stall, silence came dressed in courtesy. A customer inquired about silk, and the merchant spoke of colors and patterns, avoiding the truth, that his supplier had raised prices, that debts pressed closer each week. He handed the cloth across the counter with practiced grace. His customer praised the quality, paid the coin, and departed. Behind the merchant's polite bow stretched a silence heavy with worry. Not all silence was sorrowful. Some of it held tenderness, the kind too delicate for words. A mother stroked her child's hair as he drifted to sleep, not needing to say how fiercely she loved him. A husband lingered by the doorway before leaving for work, touching the frame as though leaving a part of himself behind. In such gestures, silence spoke eloquently, gentler than speech could ever be. But other silences were sharp, like glass hidden under cloth. Quarrels left unresolved, apologies withheld, truths buried too deep. A brother avoided his sister's eyes after pawning a family heirloom. A friend nodded in greeting, though resentment simmered unspoken. These silences widened into gulfs, distance expanding with every unspoken word. In the tea houses, distance played out in debates cut short. One man argued with fervor, his voice rising, but when pressed on his own troubles, he fell quiet, sipping tea to cover the pause. His companions respected the silence, though they recognized its weight. In Shanghai, everyone carried such distances. To expose them would be to unravel the delicate fabric of community. Sometimes, silence revealed itself not in words unsaid, but in gestures misplaced. A hand that trembled slightly while pouring tea, a smile that ended too soon, eyes that drifted toward the floor when asked a simple question. These small betrayals spoke louder than confessions, yet still went unanswered. The city understood. Politeness required distance, and distance required silence. The scholar, sitting at his desk late into the night, thought often about the power of silence. He knew the classics spoke of harmony, of balance, of words chosen with care. Yet he felt that silence itself was its own philosophy, one the city practiced daily. It could shield, it could wound, it could comfort. In silence, whole worlds existed, worlds no ink could capture. On another street, the widow tending her shrine bowed 3 times before her husband's tablet. She whispered nothing, only pressed her forehead to the floor. The silence between her breaths was deeper than any prayer. It was both absence and presence, grief and devotion, distance and closeness at once. She rose slowly, her knees aching, but her silence remained, filling the room like incense. The city at night was full of such silent distances, between husbands and wives, parents and children, neighbors and friends. Each pause, each unsaid word widened the gap, yet also sustained the fragile peace. For in a place so crowded, sometimes silence was the only kindness left. The lanterns glowed in the streets, their light falling softly across doorways where words faltered. Above, stars shimmered faintly, distant as the silences carried below. And in that layered quiet, the city held itself together, half through speech, half through what remained unspoken. In others' faces, hidden truths quietly return. Every crowded city is a hall of mirrors. Not the glittering kind with silvered glass, but a living reflection. Faces glimpsed in passing, gestures noticed without intention, strangers whose lives briefly brush against our own. In those fleeting encounters, people often see more of themselves than they expect. Shanghai, with its endless alleys and markets, offered such reflections daily, each one a quiet reminder of the shared burdens beneath the surface. The scholar, weary from a morning of blurred characters, sometimes wandered through the bookstalls near Fuzhou Road. He paused at one stand, where a young man bent over a text, lips moving soundlessly as he traced each line with his finger. The boy's concentration reminded the scholar of his own youthful zeal, long before fatigue dulled his mind. He lingered, caught between admiration and sorrow. In that stranger's furrowed brow, he saw a mirror of what he once had been, and what he feared he could never recover. The rickshaw puller, dragging his cart through narrow lanes, often caught glimpses of others bent under similar weights. Once, he passed another puller, whose hands trembled so badly that he tied cloths around the handles for grip. Their eyes met for a moment. No words exchanged, only the faint recognition of pain mirrored back. Each man looked away quickly, unwilling to dwell on how alike their struggles were. Yet that instant of reflection stayed with the puller all evening, lingering as he sat down to his plain supper. In the markets, women brushed past one another, baskets heavy with vegetables or laundry. A widow glimpsed her reflection in another woman's posture, the slump of shoulders that spoke of exhaustion and loneliness. Though they were strangers, the recognition struck her heart like a bell. She carries what I carry. She wanted to reach out, to offer a word of comfort, but the current of the crowd carried her onward. Still, the image remained, a mirror she could not set aside. Children, too, recognized themselves in others. A boy ran through the lane, only to stumble and scrape his knee. A stranger child across the way winced as if the pain were his own, hand clutching his leg instinctively. Their eyes met in a brief spark of kinship, then both laughed nervously. Even the youngest learned that in others' missteps, one could see a shadow of one's own fragility. At the tea house, men gathered in clusters, discussing politics, trade, or poetry. Yet between the words, eyes lingered on hands stained with ink or calloused from labor. One man, sipping quietly, studied the frown lines etched on another's forehead. He thought of his own mirror at home, where those same lines deepened each year. The reflection unsettled him, for it suggested not only personal aging, but the shared toll of a city that wore down everyone in its orbit. Sometimes the mirrors were sharper, almost cruel. A seamstress, exhausted by candlelight, looked up to find a younger woman bent over her stitching, posture perfect, hands swift. She remembered when her own hands moved so quickly, her eyes sharp in the dimmest light. Now her shoulders ached and her stitches grew uneven. The reflection stung, not because the stranger meant harm, but because the sight of youth reminded her of time's quiet theft. Other times, the mirrors offered comfort. A mother rocking her infant noticed another across the courtyard doing the same, their movements identical, as though drawn from the same unspoken rhythm. They smiled faintly at each other, needing no words. In that moment, they were no longer strangers but companions in a shared song of care. The city's mirrors were not confined to faces. They appeared in gestures, in voices, even in silences. A cough from a nearby stall echoed the same rasp a man heard in his own lungs. The clink of coins in another's hand sounded thinner, emptier than it should have been, just like his own pouch at home. A woman hearing laughter at a doorway felt her chest tighten, for it mirrored the laughter she had once known and now missed dearly. The scholar once described these encounters in his journal, calling them reflections without glass. He wondered if such moments existed to remind people of their common humanity, or if they were crueler lessons, forcing each to face what they tried to ignore. Was it kindness to glimpse one's own weakness in another? Or was it a wound reopened daily by the sight of strangers? He never answered the question, leaving it suspended in ink. For the rickshaw puller, reflections often came unbidden at dawn. He would rise before light, stepping into the chill streets, only to find other men already waiting, their carts lined like silent horses. Their faces, lined and tired, were indistinguishable from his own in the half-light. They rarely spoke, but in the way they stood, shoulders sagging, breath misting in the cold, he saw a reflection more faithful than any mirror. Even the city itself seemed to play this game of reflection. Pools of water gathered in the alleys after rain, capturing fragments of lantern light, blurred faces leaning over. A passerby glimpsed herself bent above the puddle, distorted yet familiar, and for an instant she saw her burdens in duplicate, one above, one below. The puddle rippled, erasing the image, but the sensation remained, that she had been momentarily doubled, her secrets made visible even to herself. There were also moments of grace. Once, the widow tending her shrine glanced up to see a young girl lighting incense in a neighboring home. The child's face was solemn, her small hands trembling as she bowed 3 times. The widow's heart softened. In that reflection, she saw the continuity of devotion, the thread that bound generations. Her grief felt less solitary, softened by the knowledge that others carried memory with equal reverence. Reflected strangers could also remind people of possibility, not only loss. The seamstress, who envied a younger woman's swift hands, later caught sight of her pausing, shaking out her fingers, a frown of pain crossing her face. The seamstress realized the girl, too, carried aches, her youth no guarantee against strain. In that recognition, the seamstress's envy eased. The reflection had shifted, showing not only difference, but shared struggle. The city thrived on such glimpses. They were the hidden language of community, spoken not through words, but through recognition. To walk through Shanghai was to carry a mirror in one's chest, reflecting fragments of self in every passerby. Some turned away quickly, unwilling to see. Others lingered, letting the reflection settle like a stone in the riverbed of memory. And though these encounters were fleeting, they wove a fabric stronger than any proclamation. For in seeing oneself in another, even for a heartbeat, one felt less alone. The city, vast and indifferent on the surface, revealed itself as a mosaic of mirrored lives, each piece catching the light of another. Study candles sputter beneath heavy pages. By day, the scholar's courtyard looked composed, swept flagstones, a narrow plum tree, a blue jar catching rain. Yet toward evening, the order thinned, as if the hours themselves were loosening their careful knots. He set his lamp on the desk the way he always did, trimmed the wick with the tiny scissors he kept in a porcelain dish, and drew the paper closer until the edge kissed the lamp's warm brass. Habit was his scaffolding. He leaned upon it gently, like a tired man on a rail. Ink brought its own calm. The brush lifted, dipped, lifted again. The first character formed without protest, a familiar friend returning by an old path. The second wavered. The third softened at the edges, as though some invisible mist had crept between bristles and page. He paused, listening. The house made its night sounds, pots settling on shelves, a broom whispering along the hall. The hush of water poured into a basin. Out in the lane, someone laughed and then thought better of it. The sound folded into quiet. He tried again. The brush hesitated, then bled a small black star into the paper. It was not the kind of mistake a student would notice. Not yet. But he noticed. He always noticed now. He turned the page as if turning the day, hoping the next face of the paper might be kinder. Clarity had once greeted him like a morning sparrow landing on the sill. Lately it kept its distance, an elusive visitor he could not compel. On the wall, the calendar with red-stamped days waited. He was due to lecture at the academy next week. A modest talk on parallel images and Tang odes, the kind of subject that had once let him walk the ridgepole between precision and music. He had made notes. Careful, tidy, the comfort of outlines, but the thread between the notes and the voice that would carry them felt thin, and when he tugged, it yielded nothing. He rose and crossed to the window. The lane lay in blue shade. The neighbor's boy chased a hoop, the circle humming against the stones. A woman rinsed rice in a sieve, water purling through her fingers. Everything ordinary, everything steady. He pressed his brow lightly to the lattice and let the cool air sit there a moment. The lamp guttered behind him, then steadied. He had not meant to drift so far from certainty. It happened the way dusk happens, slowly at first, then all at once. One winter, he had taken a dose to quiet a cough, and the cough obliged. So did the old anxieties, softened, then blurred, then slipped away like boats untied from their moorings. Work felt easy in that softened light. Pages turned themselves. Students sat straighter, as if his sentences carried a brighter edge. The first relief seemed almost ethical. Clear mind, clearer service. But relief is a persuasive historian. It revises where it must, omits what it may. When the cough left, the relief lingered, making a case for itself in the quiet between breaths. He returned to the desk and lifted the brush again. A familiar line from Du Fu came to him. Not the words, only the weather of them. The way sorrow could ride beside dignity without either falling behind. He wrote the characters slowly, almost as prayer, willing his hand to remember what the mind could not reach. The strokes obeyed, mostly. The lamp made a small sighing sound, or perhaps that was his own breath. Footsteps tapped past the door. A young student, one of the neighborhood boys whose mother sold sesame cakes, had begun visiting in the evenings with questions wrapped in shyness. Tonight, the boy paused outside, as if hearing the scholar's concentration and deciding not to knock. The scholar pictured him adjusting his cap, trying to be smaller in the corridor, and the tenderness of that image steadied his fingers. Teaching had been a good promise to keep, the kind that braided his life to a future he could not see, but could still serve. He set the brush down and massaged the web between thumb and forefinger. The skin there had grown tender, an ache that announced itself only when the room went quiet. He flexed the hand open, shut, open again, an oyster testing the sea, and reached for his teacup. The tea had cooled. He drank anyway, welcoming the gentler temperature, the way a lukewarm swallow made no demands. From a drawer, he drew out the school's letter, read too many times already. "We look forward to your remarks." The sentence began, plain as bread. He had once walked into such rooms as if stepping onto a small stage he himself had built, planks he trusted. Now the planks felt thin, the nails less sure. He set the letter under the inkstone as if weight could become courage. Down the hall, his wife, patient scholar of the house's own mysteries, folded a shirt and smoothed the collar. She did not ask about the lecture. She had learned that questions could sometimes break the surface tension of his composure. Instead, she placed a small dish of preserved plums by his elbow. the good ones saved for evenings when the brow furrowed deeper. He smiled without looking up, a small bow of gratitude, and the distance between them narrowed by the width of a bowl. He worked in short islands, 3 characters, then a breath, a line of commentary, then the lamp trimmed a shade lower to spare his eyes. Outside, rain began with a scholar's restraint, careful, measured, unwilling to disturb the lines it fell across. The sound gave his room a roof of its own. He rode the rhythm a little while, the way a ferry uses the tide, adding notes to the margin, examples to anchor claims, questions to mark where surprise should be permitted to enter. He came at last to the passage in his talk where parallel images meet, a hawk's shadow sliding over a field, the mind's shadow sliding over a memory. He had always loved that quiet coupling, but now, when he tried to write the sentence that should yoke them without strain, the words arranged themselves like cousins who had quarreled and would not share a bench. He crossed out the line and wrote, "Try again tomorrow," an old kindness he rarely allowed himself. Tomorrow, of course, would make its own requests. Students, the boy with the sesame cake mother, the neighbor who returned borrowed books precisely, but always with one corner slightly bent as if he feared perfection. The city would continue to ask for his attention in small, forgivable portions. It was the request he made of himself that felt largest, to stand pre-dawn in a room of expectant chairs and speak without the soft veil he had grown used to lowering over fear. He glanced at the cabinet where he kept his remedies, lint-wrapped bottles, pouches of dried leaves. He did not open it. Habit guided his feet toward the desk again, and he chose a slower ritual. He copied a single stanza, then another, until the room's pulse matched the line breaks. Copying had saved many scholars of limited sleep. It saved him again now, by demanding precision without invention. The mind relaxed when it did not have to lead. With the copying came memory. He was 4, the brush too heavy. His father's hand on his wrist, drawing the first horizontal, then the firm vertical. The pleasure of weight finding its path. He was 20, breathing in poems like steam, certain he could carry them forward without dilution. He was 35, discovering that students were the better page, responsive, quick to hold ink, and sometimes returning it brighter than he had given. Outside, the rain deepened. Lanterns in the lane became islands afloat on dark water. Somewhere a gate closed softly, a sound of assurance. We are home. We are in. We are enough for one another, for now. He felt the earthenware stability of those simple declarations, and let the sentence he needed come not from cleverness, but from that steadiness. He wrote, "Where images meet, the poem lets us walk dry-shod across the stream. The line did not shine, but it held. He could stand upon it one morning and not sink. He felt, as the hours thinned, the old pull toward the softening bottle. How easy it would be to add brightness to the lamp, to burn fog from the corners of the page, to charm the tongue into a cleaner turn. He allowed the thought its passage through his chest and did not follow. The mind has paths like deer tracks. You learn where they lead, and sometimes you let the animal pass." He poured himself fresh water instead, and watched the ripples quiet in the cup. A moth, winter thin and foolish, circled the lamp once and twice, and then rested upon the shade, content with nearness. He envied that contentment a little, the way it asked for nothing more than light and a place to stand. He returned to the lecture, and to the boy who would come tomorrow with a paper folded in half, shy about his questions. For that boy, he underlined a line of Li Bai and scribbled a small margin note. You will hear the river better if you lower your voice." He smiled. Advice for the student, advice for himself, advice for a city that sometimes shouted to keep from shaking. When his wife set a second cup of tea by the lamp, her sleeve brushed the desk and the calendar shivered in its pin. She steadied it with 2 fingers, then rested those fingers on the back of his hand, just for a breath. No speech. The body knows how to say "I am here" in the places where speech becomes fragile. He lifted his hand to cover hers and let the silence hold them both. Midnight gathered without drama. The rain softened, practiced courtesy. He copied one final couplet and closed the book with the ease of a door that fits its frame. Before snuffing the lamp, he took the academy letter out from under the inkstone and read the opening again. The sentence had not changed. Perhaps he had. He put the letter away and, instead of a promise, made a plan. To arrive early, to face the room as though stepping into a garden he used to know, to let the first sentence be simple, like a path the feet remember. In bed, the dark was kind. He counted his breaths in even pairs, following the seam between waking and whatever comes after. Down the hall, the house answered with its own breaths, timbers easing, water settling in clay jars, a faint rattle from the plum tree like tiny applause. If fear stirred, it was only enough to remind him to hold the edge of the raft and not stand yet, not yet, on the river's quick center. There would be time for crossings. Tonight required only floating, and if a thought rose, uninvited, the question of whether brightness would return in full, he let it pass like a boat in fog, bell muffled, direction uncertain. He had maps enough for morning, a stanza to begin with, a margin note for a boy, a line sturdy as a bridging stone. Sometimes the smallest provisions, lamp, page, cup, hand, carry a man further than he expects. In the last minute before sleep, he imagined the lecture room, the chalk resting on the tray, the chairs marked with old scuffs, the window latched, but not tight. He pictured himself opening that window a notch to let the night's remainder in. A sliver of rain's patience, a thread of plum-scented air, and speaking not to impress but to accompany, the way one walks beside a friend to the end of the lane and back again. The thought cooled his mind like shade. The lamp went out. In the dark, the copied lines unspooled behind his eyelids, no longer demanding to be perfect, only faithful. He slept as a page sleeps when the ink is dry, quietly, ready for morning hands. Small kindnesses open doors words cannot. In a city brimming with noise and commerce, with debts carried like stones and silences stretching wider than streets, it was easy to forget that doors sometimes opened, not through gold or argument, but through the smallest turn of kindness. Shanghai's alleys held such quiet keys, given without ceremony, and received with a gratitude too deep for speech. The seamstress discovered one such key late on a winter afternoon. She had been sewing since dawn, her shoulders knotted, her eyes red. When at last she rose to fetch water, she found her bucket heavier than expected, already filled by a neighbor who had passed the well earlier. No note, no mention, just water waiting, cool and clear. She stood a long while, hand on the bucket's worn handle, feeling the relief ripple through her body. That night, her stitches ran straighter, her mind eased by the knowledge that someone, unseen, had lightened her burden. Elsewhere, a boy tripped in the lane, scattering the oranges he carried for his mother. Before he could gather them, a stranger knelt, brushing dust from the fruit with his sleeve. The boy looked up, to find not reprimand, but a smile, gentle as lantern light. He carried the fruit home intact. and though his mother scolded him for carelessness, he remembered the kindness of the stranger's hand. Years later, he still recalled it as the moment he learned how easily despair can be turned by the smallest gesture. For the scholar, weary with blurred lines and faltering ink, the gentle key arrived as a preserved plum set by his elbow. His wife never spoke of his struggles, never named his growing dependence or his trembling hand. But she placed the dish there each evening, the sweetness cutting through the bitterness of tea, the tang reminding him of younger days. It was a wordless gift, a key turned quietly in a lock he had not even realized he had closed. The rickshaw puller, bent beneath years of labor, found his key one dawn when his youngest daughter tugged at his sleeve. She held out a scrap of cloth she had stitched herself, clumsy but earnest. "For your hands," she said. He wrapped the cloth around the handle of his cart and discovered that the grip no longer burned as sharply. Each time he looked down, he saw her crooked stitches and felt steadier. A small gift, yet it opened something vast. The possibility that his toil was not invisible, that his family saw him, honored him. Kindness often arrived unplanned. In a crowded tea house, a man struggling to pay for his cup found another quietly adding a coin to the table. No words passed, only a nod. The man left with warmth in his chest stronger than the tea itself. In a courtyard, an elderly woman dropped her firewood, and children, usually too restless for chores, ran to help, stacking it neatly by her door. She pressed her palms together in thanks, but the children only laughed, their play transformed for an instant into something holy. The city thrived on such exchanges. They were not recorded in ledgers, not tallied like debts or profits, but they carried a different weight, one that could lighten even the heaviest silence. Where burdens had once been locked behind smiles, kindness slipped in like a key, turning without resistance. Even in the dens where shadows gathered, small mercies appeared. A worker lit a pipe for a trembling hand, then quietly lessened the dose, offering a path toward withdrawal without humiliation. Another shared a blanket with a stranger too poor to bring his own. These acts did not erase the sorrow of those rooms, but they carved openings, narrow doors through which hope might slip. The widow tending her shrine discovered her own key in the smallest form. A child from next door placed a wildflower on her step. No explanation, only a bright yellow bloom lying against the worn wood. She carried it inside, setting it beside the incense. For days afterward, she felt less alone, as if the flower whispered a reminder that grief itself could be accompanied, if not relieved. What made these gestures powerful was not their size, but their timing. They arrived when spirits were lowest, when silence seemed thickest. At those moments, even the smallest kindness became a turning of locks, letting air into a room grown heavy. People learned to carry these memories like charms. The filled bucket, the stitched cloth, the unexpected coin. Each one a gentle key, fitting into a place words could not reach. And sometimes, those who received found themselves later giving. The seamstress, remembering her full bucket, quietly mended a neighbor's torn sleeve without charge. The boy with the oranges helped another child carry water across the lane. The rickshaw puller, his palms eased by his daughter's cloth, once stopped to lift an elderly passenger into the cart with unusual care. The widow, recalling her flower, began placing a second stick of incense each evening, not only for her husband, but for all who had no one to be remembered by. So kindness moved through the city like a hidden current. It did not erase poverty, nor cure sorrow, nor end dependence, but it shifted the balance, one heart at a time. It was not loud, not dramatic, but steady, like the slow turning of keys in locks across countless doors, opening space for breath where before there had only been heaviness. The city, vast and restless, leaned upon these quiet mercies. Without them, its silence might have crushed. With them, the silence softened, becoming bearable. Lantern light glowed warmer, bowls of rice tasted fuller, and the night air, though cool, felt kinder. Threads fray softly long before they break. Unraveling seldom announces itself with thunder. It begins with threads loosening almost invisibly, with seams tugged gently apart until one day the fabric no longer holds. In Shanghai, the unraveling of lives, of families, of quiet ambitions came not with loud collapse, but with slow, delicate fractures, so quiet that only those listening closely could hear the strain. The seamstress felt it first in her fingers. Where once her stitches ran straight and sure, now the thread knotted without reason. A sleeve bunched, a hem curled where it should have lain flat. She told herself it was fatigue, or candle smoke in her eyes. Yet each mistake left her chest tighter, as though her own life were a garment fraying in her lap. She worked longer hours to correct the errors, but the more she sewed, the more stubbornly the thread tangled. Unraveling had entered the fabric, and no needle could completely mend it. The merchant's stall told a similar story. Customers still came, coins still rang against the counter, but the ledger no longer aligned. Debts crept in like shadow, column by column. He adjusted prices, trimmed his own meals, delayed repairs to the shutters, all in the hope of restoring balance. Yet the sums remained skewed, mocking his efforts with ink that refused to bend. The stall still looked orderly from the street, but inside he knew the unraveling had already begun. The scholar's unraveling was subtler still. His words, once flowing as a clear brook, now broke into pools and shallows. In lecture halls, he paused longer than intended, searching for lines that had once risen to his lips unbidden. Students shifted in their seats, sensing the hesitation, but not daring to name it. He left the hall with polite bows, yet inside he felt the seams of his confidence fray thread by thread. At his desk, the characters wavered, their strokes less certain, as if the ink itself recoiled from permanence. For the rickshaw puller, unraveling was carried in his back. The ache had always been there, but now it spread like water seeping into wood. Each dawn he rose, hands steady on the cart's worn handles, but the distance he covered grew shorter. His pace slowed, though he smiled for his passengers. At night he rubbed his legs, whispering to them as one might to tired animals. They did not answer, except with tremors. Still, he rose the next morning, unwilling to admit the unraveling to his family. Not all unraveling was of the body. The widow discovered hers in the silence of her shrine. She lit incense as always, bowed as always, yet the prayers no longer reached her with the same comfort. The smoke curled upward, but her heart no longer followed. She wondered if memory itself was thinning, her husband's face becoming blurred like a painting left too long in the sun. That loss felt deeper than grief. It was the unraveling of love's tether, fraying in silence with no hand to catch it. Children noticed the unraveling, though they could not name it. A boy saw his father's hand tremble when passing a bowl. A girl heard her mother sigh more often, as if each breath carried a hidden weight. They continued their games, but the thread of unease wove through their laughter, binding them to worries they did not understand. Childhood itself began to fray, not with sudden loss, but with tiny strands breaking, one by one. Neighbors, too, sensed the quiet changes, A woman who once sang while drawing water now filled her bucket in silence. A man who used to linger with friends at the tea house began leaving early, avoiding questions with a tight smile. These were not grand collapses, only gentle absences, the notes missing from a familiar song, the colors fading from a painting. Yet the absence spoke loudly to those who remembered what had once been. In the markets, unraveling appeared in goods as well as people. Cloth that had once been strong now tore more easily. Rice sacks split along their seams. Even the city itself seemed to echo the condition. Roof tiles loosened, shutters rattled, bridges sagged under traffic. Everything bore the signs of time, of wear, of pressure too long endured. To walk through Shanghai was to walk through a fabric slowly thinning, each thread straining against the others. Yet unraveling did not mean immediate ruin. Garments fray long before they fall apart, and lives endure long after their seams begin to loosen. The seamstress still sewed, though she cursed her knotted thread. The merchant still bowed to his customers, ledger hidden beneath his sleeve. The scholar still lectured, though his pauses grew longer. The rickshaw puller still carried passengers, though his steps shortened. Each carried the unraveling with quiet dignity, pretending the cloth was whole. There was a strange mercy in this slowness. Because unraveling crept so gently, it allowed people to imagine they could mend it, that tomorrow would bring strength restored, clarity regained. Hope stitched itself into the fraying cloth, thin but persistent. Even as threads fell away, the belief in repair lingered, keeping despair at bay. And sometimes, repair was real. A neighbor filled a bucket, and for a night the seamstress's heart felt whole. A daughter stitched cloth for her father's cart, and his grip steadied. A bowl of plums by the scholar's desk sweetened an evening otherwise soured by blurred ink. These small acts could not stop the unraveling forever, but they slowed it, softened it, gave the cloth more days of wear. The city itself seemed to understand this rhythm. Its bells still marked the hours, its watchmen still tapped their clappers, its lanterns still burned. Even as houses sagged and debts deepened, the city held itself together with ritual, with courtesy, with hope disguised as routine. The unraveling was real, but so was the persistence. The two moved hand in hand, neither fully vanquishing the other. At night, when the streets grew quiet, the unraveling was most visible. A man sat on his step, head in his hands, the weight of debt pressing him down. A woman wept softly over a garment too ruined to mend. Yet beside them, lantern light flickered steadily, casting patterns on the walls that suggested not only endings, but continuance. The unraveling, for all its sorrow, was not the whole story. Threads might fray, but some knots held fast. Past voices drift softly through present rooms. Every life, even the quietest, leaves behind an echo. Some are loud, reverberating through years, while others are faint as a sigh against a shutter. In Shanghai, echoes gathered in the corners of rooms, in the hum of streets after rain, in words remembered long after the lips that spoke them had gone still. They lingered not as ghosts to frighten, but as companions, reminders that the past never vanished entirely, only softened until it hummed like music heard through walls. The scholar knew these echoes best when he sat alone with his books. A line of poetry read aloud to his students years earlier returned to him unbidden, his younger voice rising in memory. He could almost hear the scrape of benches, the rustle of papers, the quick intake of breath from a boy suddenly understanding. The classroom itself was gone, replaced by another cohort, another set of ambitions. But the echo remained, faint yet steady, a reminder that teaching planted seeds whose sprouting he might never see. For the rickshaw puller, echoes rose in the body. Every ache in his legs carried the memory of miles already run, passengers already delivered. He could feel beneath each present pain the weight of all past burdens layered one atop another. When he closed his eyes at night, he still heard the sharp clatter of wheels over cobblestones from journeys years past. The sounds belonged to yesterday, yet they hummed within his bones today, as if the city itself refused to release him from its echo. The widow's echoes were of laughter. In the quiet after lighting incense, she sometimes heard her husband's chuckle, not loud, not clear, but present enough that she smiled through her tears. The echo was not cruel. It reminded her that joy had once filled the room so fully that even silence could not erase it. She carried those lingering sounds like a shawl about her shoulders, thin but warming on the coldest nights. Echoes clung to children, too. A girl remembered her mother's lullaby even when no voice sang beside her bed. She hummed the tune softly to her dolls, repeating it until the dolls themselves seemed to sleep. The echo of comfort became her own gift, carried forward without conscious effort. Thus, the city's future was lined with fragments of its past. Echoes passed gently, hand to hand. Some echoes were unbidden. The merchant, tallying his failing accounts, sometimes heard the echo of his father's words. A man's name rests on his honesty. Each time he adjusted numbers to hide a debt, the sentence returned, heavy as stone. He told himself the echo was no more than memory, but it carried weight enough to make his hand tremble. Not all echoes comforted. Some reminded, some accused. In the alleyways, echoes lived in sound itself. The clatter of a dropped ladle brought back the clang of bells from years earlier. The bark of a dog carried the memory of another, long dead, whose paws had once patted the same stones. Even smells could summon echoes. Sandalwood rising from a temple door pulled forth memories of festivals past, lanterns bobbing like stars along the riverbank. A single breath of incense was enough to carry one backward decades. The city itself was built of echoes. Old houses bore grooves in their thresholds where generations of feet had stepped, each hollow an echo pressed into wood. Bridges sagged slightly from centuries of weight, every passing cart adding its note to the chord of wear. Temples rang with chants layered over chants, each voice joining those that had come before, until the walls themselves seemed to hum with accumulated devotion. For those attuned, echoes could guide. The scholar, hearing his own past lectures within, found courage to face a new classroom. The widow, listening to her husband's remembered laughter, discovered strength to smile at neighbors again. The rickshaw puller, haunted by the echo of clattering wheels, recognized the need to rest before collapse. Echoes were not commands, but they carried suggestions, like gentle nudges from time itself. Yet echoes could also trap. Some men, hearing the remembered glory of youth, chased it endlessly, unable to accept the silence that followed. A former singer lingered in tea houses, humming to himself, convinced the echo of applause would someday return as real sound. A gambler replayed the echo of his one great win, squandering coin after coin to recapture it. These lingering sounds, once comforting, became snares, binding men to shadows. Still, the city lived in balance between memory and present. People learned to sift their echoes, to cherish those that warmed, to acknowledge those that warned, to release those that bound too tightly. In this way, echoes became less like ghosts and more like teachers, subtle, persistent, unwilling to leave until their lesson was absorbed. On certain nights, when rain tapped the roof with steady patience, echoes grew clearer. Families sitting around a dim lamp might fall silent, each hearing within their own chest a remembered word, a voice, a laugh. The silence was shared, though each echo was private. In those moments, the city itself seemed to breathe through its past, each household contributing a note to the great, invisible choir of memory. As dawn returned, the echoes receded, folding back into the day's bustle. But they never vanished completely. A glance, a sound, a scent could summon them again, reminding the people of Shanghai that no life ever disappears entirely. Every word spoken, every gesture offered, every kindness given leaves behind its trace, soft yet enduring, waiting to be heard by those willing to listen. Choices often wait quietly at unseen turns. Every city is a map of decisions, though most of its travelers do not know when they are standing at a turning point. The grand choices, wars declared, treaties signed, fortunes wagered, draw headlines, and are remembered in books. But the quiet choices, those made in kitchens and alleys and dimly lit rooms, shape lives with equal force. In Shanghai, countless hidden crossroads lay scattered, disguised as ordinary moments. Only in hindsight did their gravity reveal itself. For the scholar, one such crossroads came in the simple reach of his hand. The bottle that softened his mind rested in the cabinet, waiting. His brush lay on the desk, ink prepared. He stood between them, two paths disguised as a single evening. No thunder rolled, no bell rang, no audience watched. Yet the choice mattered as much as any public speech. He closed the cabinet, turned to the desk, and wrote slowly until the lamp dimmed. A minor act to any outsider, but for him, a fork in the road. The rickshaw puller's crossroad arrived at dawn. He had risen with pain sharper than usual, his legs heavy as stones. His wife urged him to rest, but the day's bread depended on the cart's wheels moving. He stood at the door, torn between obedience to his body and duty to his family. At last, he stepped into the street, hands gripping the handles. Yet that morning, he resolved that if his son showed the same signs of strain, he would forbid the boy from following his path. One step carried him forward, another shifted the direction of generations. The seamstress met her crossroads in silence. A wealthy customer offered her double pay to copy another tailor's design. Hunger pressed her ribs, and the coin gleamed bright. Yet her pride as a craftsman recoiled. She turned the offer down with a bow, though she trembled afterward, uncertain if dignity would fill the stomach. The decision changed little in her day. Still she stitched by candlelight, still her back ached. But inside, something held firm. The path of honesty, invisible to others, had been chosen. For the widow, crossroads appeared at her shrine. One evening she lit incense not for her husband alone, but for neighbors long gone. It was a small widening of devotion, an unseen turn from private grief toward communal compassion. No one noticed, no one praised. But in her heart, the road had shifted. The shrine, once a place of loneliness, became a bridge toward others. Children, too, met crossroads without recognizing them. A boy, tempted to pocket a coin fallen in the dust, paused when he saw another child watching. With a blush, he returned the coin to its owner. The choice shaped his sense of self, though he did not name it then. Years later, he would recall that moment as the first time he felt the weight of honesty. Even in the markets, crossroads waited. A merchant, his debts heavy, considered whether to dilute his goods. The temptation was sharp, but he remembered his father's echo. A man's name rests on his honesty. He sighed, lowered the scales fairly, and accepted slimmer profit. The choice cost him coins, but preserved his dignity. In that act, he chose one road over another, though no signpost marked the fork. Crossroads often arrived hidden in silence rather than speech. To forgive a friend without demanding apology. To share a bowl of rice though hunger gnawed. To bow to a neighbor though resentment lingered. Each was a turn taken, a new path entered, even if the street underfoot looked unchanged. Some failed to see the crossroads until too late. A gambler, deaf to warnings, kept chasing his one great win. His path narrowed until no turn remained. A singer, clinging to the echo of applause, lost her voice entirely. Their choices had been made long before collapse, but because the crossroads were hidden, they believed the road would continue forever straight. Yet many did see, faintly, and adjusted their steps. A mother, noticing her daughter's weariness, allowed her to rest from chores. A teacher, pausing before scolding, chose instead to encourage. These quiet adjustments shaped futures as much as any decree. Lives seldom split with fanfare. They drifted quietly into new courses set by ordinary mercies. The city itself seemed to breathe with these hidden turns. Its bridges bore the weight of countless decisions: to walk home, to linger, to visit a friend. Its alleys echoed with choices: to speak, to remain silent, to give, to withhold. Lanterns lit doorways where lives had tilted on moments too small for history, yet large enough for memory. And perhaps that was the lesson whispered by Shanghai's nights, that each hand on a brush, each footstep in an alley, each coin passed across a counter might be a crossroads unseen. The future hinged not on thunderclaps, but on the steady tick of decisions too small to notice until they had shaped entire lives. Bravery often arrives softly, like breath in cool air. Courage, the kind that keeps a household upright, seldom raises its voice. It enters a room on quiet feet, sits at the table without demanding a chair, and lends a steadier rhythm to ordinary hands. In Shanghai, where burdens were worn like hidden garments, courage showed itself not in banners or shouts, but in the small continuances: the lifting of a ladle, the turning of a page, the choice to open a door again after a hard night. It was faint enough to miss if one was listening only for thunder. The scholar learned to hear it in the lamp's even flame. He had expected courage to arrive as a blast of clarity, a flood to wash his doubts clean. Instead, it came in the discipline of trimming the wick. He lifted the snuffer, touched the thread of flame just so, and the light steadied. It was a small thing, the sizing of a candle, but it carried a lesson that slid into his bones. Some brightness is kept, not given. He laid out his notes again, not because brilliance had returned, but because the page respected effort. His handwriting was plainer than it used to be, the flourishes gone. Yet each honest stroke felt like a way of standing upright without swagger. He practiced simple sentences in a low voice, as if speaking to a friend seated just across the desk. When a line wobbled, he crossed it gently, reminding himself that courage does not need perfect words. It needs a patient mouth. He thought of the boy from the sesame cake stall, the one who paused in hallways and held his questions like small birds. For that boy, just for him, he would gather his breath and make a bridge of a sentence. The thought steadied him more than pride ever had. Across the district, the rickshaw puller found courage in waking before the pain could put a name to itself. He swung his legs over the mat, rubbed his knees in a practiced circle, and stood with the deliberateness one might offer a guest of honor. In the corner, his daughter's scrap of stitched cloth waited on the cart handles, the crooked threads beginning to fray where his palms gripped hardest. He considered untying it to preserve it, then shook his head. Things meant to be used should be used. He tightened the knot instead, a little firmer, and felt the faint pulse of courage pass through his hands like warmth through wood. On mornings when the ache was sharper, he paced the alley once before hitching himself between the shafts. Neighbors noticed, but said nothing, respecting the privacy that courage prefers. He whispered to his legs the way sailors talk to boats. "Steady now, we'll cross the rough patch and find smoother water." By midday, the pavement gave back a rhythm he could trust. In the evening, he set aside 2 copper coins, barely a cushion, but the beginning of one. Courage, he realized, was arithmetic done in a hopeful key. The seamstress discovered courage where she always had, in the needle's path. After refusing the wealthy customer's commission, she feared the quiet vengeance of gossip. Yet work continued to arrive, little jobs from women who liked her hems even when they said nothing about them. She stitched in longer daylight now that winter had tipped toward spring, grateful for the way sun diluted her need for candles. When thread snarled, she sat back, breathed through the knot, and started over with a softer hand. It took time, this unlearning of hurry. But the cloth began to lie flatter under a lighter touch, as if courage and patience were kin. One afternoon, pausing to rest her eyes, she noticed a girl peering in through the half curtain. Thin shoulders, quick hands, the look of someone measuring rooms for air. The seamstress lifted a finger. "Just a moment, little one," and finished a seam before opening the door. The girl asked if she might learn to stitch for a few coins. The seamstress looked past her to the street, where work waited in baskets and on stoops, and nodded. Courage, she thought, is also saying yes when we fear we have too little to share. Lessons began at a corner of the table, slow at first. How to knot, how to run a line straight without pulling the cloth into a frown. The girl's first tries puckered, then improved. By the 3rd week, her running stitch kept time with sparrows. The seamstress paid her in coins, and on certain days, in soup. This, too, was courage, the kind that balances the ledger with kindness and trusts that kindness will return as bread. The widow's courage was quieter still. It revealed itself as a widening of the shrine's light. She began opening her door a hand's breadth during evening prayers, a practice she would have called unthinkable once. Through that narrow gap, the sounds of the lane braided with the sandalwood smoke. A child scolding a doll, a cart bumping softly, rain ticking. She bowed, not only to the lost, but to the present sounds that proved life persisted in thin, stubborn threads. On a certain night, while placing a second stick of incense for neighbors with no one to remember them, she felt a tug of shyness and almost set it back. She left it burning. Courage is sometimes nothing more than letting a gentle impulse complete its small circle. Wordlessly, neighbors began pausing at her sill, never to enter, only to nod, to share a slice of preserved ginger, to ask if she wanted anything from the market. She declined more often than she accepted, not because she wished to be brave alone, but because their asking had already given her what she lacked: place. The merchant's courage took a different form, the courage to count everything. He forced himself to open the ledger fully, not shielding a column with his wrist. He wrote what was there, green where he could, red where he must. He visited his supplier and did what pride disliked. He told the truth of his shortfall. The supplier, a man with a face like a closed gate, listened. Then he shrugged and offered a smaller parcel at a fairer price, terms scaled to reality instead of wish. Walking back through the market with the lighter bundle, the merchant felt not triumph, but a clean, workable sorrow. Courage had cleared the fog from the numbers. The way forward was narrow, but it was open. In the tea house, courage could be heard in the lowering of a voice. Men who once boasted now caught themselves, replaced sighs with accuracy. A former singer, grown hoarse from chasing echoes, hummed only the notes that fit his chest. Another, who had never sung, began to whistle a line learned long ago from his mother. They nodded to each other. Two men arriving, by different routes, at a sensible volume. For children, courage came as confession. A boy admitted to his mother that he had broken the bamboo scoop. He brought the two clean halves in both hands, like an offering. She looked at him long enough to let the shame settle, then touched his hair and said, "We will make do with a cup for now." He exhaled, discovering that truth, though heavy at first, leaves more room for breath than lies. Some received courage like rain, without deserving or arranging it. The scholar's wife, hearing a tremor she had taught herself to ignore, sat down by her husband's desk one afternoon and asked him to read her a few lines, just as he did at weddings when couples wanted their first days blessed by poetry. He hesitated, then read. His voice wobbled in the second stanza, but steadied by the fourth. When he looked up, she had closed her eyes. "Again," she said, as if courage could be called back by repetition. Perhaps it can. The second reading was smoother, the third almost graceful. He slept well that night. Not all courage moved forward. Some held still, making a place and refusing to be budged by fear. The rickshaw puller began resting at midday in a shaded square, not because leisure had suddenly found him, but because collapsing on the street would hurt the family more than pride could help. At first, he stood beside the bench, too respectful to sit where officials sometimes paused. On the third day, a guard nodded toward the empty seat and looked away. The puller sat. Courage slid onto the bench beside him, companionable and shy. There were evenings when courage put on another face entirely, the face of refusal. The seamstress declined a late-night job from a rude customer who pounded her door as if he owned the hinges. "Morning will serve your coat better," she said through the wood. He grumbled, then withdrew, his footsteps sputtering like a doused match. She leaned her forehead against the panel, letting the tremble pass, then returned to her lamp. Saying no left a hollow in the room at first, a vacancy where fear had stood. 10 minutes later, the vacancy filled with an exhale. The widow's small door, too, learned a new firmness. When a cousin arrived with a plan to move her shrine, "More prestige," he said, naming a louder temple. She invited him in for tea and listened. Then she shook her head. "This house knows our names," she said, smiling at the familiar walls. He argued the way proud men argue, with the speed of certainty. She poured a second cup and repeated her sentence. Courage does not always win debates. It endures them. After he left, she relit the sticks and felt the room nod. And still, there were days without any evident bravery, days when the scholar's hand shook too much to write, when the rickshaw puller's feet dragged, when the seamstress's thread knotted and knotted again. On those days, courage did its least glamorous work. It kept people from throwing away their tools. The scholar put the brush back in its dish, rather than snapping the bristles against the rim. The puller wiped his handles and coiled the rope. The seamstress clipped the knot carefully, rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands, and tried once more. Courage is patient housekeeping. In time, faint courage altered the shape of the city's nights. The watchman's clappers sounded less like warnings and more like metronomes, keeping time while weary citizens practiced steadiness. Lanterns, trimmed more carefully, burned longer on less oil, bowls were washed with water saved from rice. Hands that had learned to hide trembling now learned to rest upon tables openly between tasks. No one made speeches about these changes. They registered in the body like climate. Sometimes courage even learned to laugh, quietly and on purpose. In the tea house, a man told a story against himself. The day he chased a hat in the wind and ended running across a courtyard full of grand people, bowing at each step as if he had come to greet them all. The room eased. Laughter, when not sharpened to wound, is courage's lighter coat. And yet, for all its progress, faint courage remained faint. It asked no spotlight, accepted setbacks, and wore humility like a good apron, useful, stained, and honest. When fear returned, as fear does, courage did not scold. It made room beside it on the bench. "We will rise together tomorrow," it seemed to say, "and if we cannot rise, we will sit with our backs straight." The promise was not grand, but it held. On a spring evening that smelled of rinsed stone and tender leaves, the scholar stepped into the courtyard after finishing a page without crossing out a single line. He did not call it triumph. He let the air cool his face and watched a moth explore the plum's new blossoms. A student's footsteps scuffed the lane. The scholar did not retreat. He stood where the boy could find him. When the knock came, he answered on the first try. The rickshaw puller, passing by, slowed for the shortest moment to look into the courtyard. He saw an older man and a younger one talking, the world's most ordinary picture. He felt an ache loosen under his ribs. The seamstress, closing her shutters, saw the two figures and, without thinking, promised the girl she would teach a new stitch tomorrow that was easier on the thumbs. The widow, hearing the murmur in the lane, added a third stick of incense, this one for all who were learning to speak softly without surrender. Night gathered, but it did not press. A breeze moved through the rooms, noting with approval the small orders courage had restored. A wick trimmed, a bench claimed, a door opened the width of a hand. The city did not become new. It became a shade more itself, which is what courage often helps a place to do. Dawn carries no judgment, only mist. The city often wakes before its people do. The stones of Shanghai's lanes remember the weight of thousands of feet, and even when the mist hangs low, they seem to breathe with anticipation. Morning light, pale and diffused, does not scold. It slips gently through paper windows, slides across tiled roofs, and rests itself upon worn thresholds. For many who had endured long nights of fear, shame, or restless longing, dawn brought not absolution, but a simple gift, another chance to step forward. When the prison doors creaked open, those released did not cheer. They shuffled into the cool air with the cautious quiet of birds testing wings after a storm. The gray sky spread evenly above them, neither kind nor cruel. Little Swallow lifted her chin just enough to feel the dampness of mist on her skin. She had no illusions that freedom erased her troubles. It simply allowed her feet to choose a new direction. Beside her, Min walked with steps measured as if balancing invisible trays. Her hands trembled still from recent withdrawal, but she clasped them firmly, holding herself together with dignity. Behind them, the murmur of other women faded as they dispersed into different alleys, seeking relatives, hiding places, or simply corners to rest. The gray morning, impartial and vast, accepted them all without question. The scholar, elsewhere in the city, rose from his mat and opened the shutters to that same colorless dawn. He felt neither pride nor despair, only a fragile curiosity. The world looked washed clean, though he knew its stains remained. His wife set a bowl of rice before him, and he ate slowly, grateful for the unremarkable taste. Courage the night before had steadied his hand. This morning, he would let routine steady his heart. Across town, the rickshaw puller stretched his back and tested his legs before stepping into the lane. The mist softened the edges of carts and houses, making everything look less sharp, less accusing. He pulled his shawl tighter and thought of his son, who still slept inside. For the boy's sake, he told himself, each day must begin on time, even if the body resisted. He placed one foot on the stones, then another. Gray mornings, he realized, asked only for motion, not brilliance. The seamstress, too, awoke to pale light filtering across her work table. Threads glowed faintly, like veins of silver under the mist's spell. She tied back her hair and sat with her needle poised. Orders awaited. Customers would arrive. But before she began, she paused to breathe in the quiet. The air smelled faintly of river water and wet clay pots. It reminded her that the world contained more than debts and deadlines. She lowered her eyes to the cloth and made her first stitch of the day with deliberate calm. The widow lit incense, as she always did, but today she left the door open wider than before. Through the gap, neighbors passed, their outlines blurred in the mist. Some paused to bow slightly in acknowledgement, others hurried on, but all became part of her prayer. She whispered not for grand miracles, only for steadiness, for each step her neighbors would take upon the slick stones. Gray mornings, she felt, were invitations to humility. Children darted more carefully than usual on mornings like this, their laughter softened by fog. One boy carried a bundle of bamboo shoots, nearly taller than himself, while another girl balanced a basket of eggs. The mist wrapped them in a kind of temporary protection, as if the city itself had decided to cradle its smallest citizens for an hour. Their feet pattered quick, each step a note in a muted song. Merchants lifted shutters more slowly on gray mornings. Metal squealed less harshly, wood creaked as if reluctant to stir. Coins changed hands with subdued clinks, and buyers haggled without heat. No one wanted to break the mist's fragile peace. A man selling warm buns allowed an old woman to pay less than usual, shrugging when she pressed coins into his palm. "It will even out tomorrow," he said. She smiled, warmed more by the kindness than the bun itself. For those who had been arrested, the morning represented more than routine. It was a test of direction. Would they return to the familiar doors of the dens, or would they take unmarked paths into uncertainty? Little Swallow felt her legs incline toward old habits, but Min's presence steadied her. "Forward," Min whispered, though her own voice quavered. And so they walked together toward the docks, away from alleys that still hummed with temptation. The scholar passed them by chance, though he did not know their names. He noticed only two women walking with unusual intent in their posture, as if guarding something precious, though their bundles were light. He slowed, tipped his head in quiet respect, and continued on. Their courage brushed against him like a sleeve in a crowd, a reminder that his own steps mattered too. In a different quarter, the rickshaw puller paused at a crossroads, waiting for a customer. He stood still, shoulders damp with mist, when a voice called out. A boy no older than 14, eager to ride through lacking coin. The puller studied him, saw in his eyes the restless hunger of youth, and shook his head gently. "Walk while you can," he advised. "Your legs will thank you later." The boy laughed awkwardly and ran off, leaving the puller to breathe easier. Sometimes the kindest step was refusing to carry someone toward trouble. Morning prayers drifted from temples, low bells blending with the soft shuffle of sandals. Their notes seemed to travel farther in mist, stretching over rooftops like thin threads of comfort. Even those who did not kneel heard them and slowed their pace. Bells on gray mornings carried no doctrine. They were simple reminders that life moved in measured rhythms, even when people felt lost. By mid-morning, the mist began to lift. Colors re-emerged slowly. The red of lantern tassels, the green of wet leaves, the blue of a girl's scarf. But the memory of gray lingered, shaping moods. Faces looked softer, tempers cooler. People carried themselves as though reminded that beneath clamor and conflict lay a quieter ground. In one courtyard, a child knelt to study a snail inching across a stone. She watched its patient progress and whispered encouragements as though her words mattered. Her grandmother smiled from the doorway, thinking how often courage resembled a snail, slow, vulnerable, yet persistent enough to cross impossible distances. And so, the city, washed in its gray morning, moved forward. Feet pressed into damp stones, leaving no marks but carrying unseen weight. The mist had not solved anyone's problems, yet it had offered a pause, a softer frame for choosing. Sometimes that was all a soul required. Not answers, not release, but a morning wide enough for the next step. Boats push away under veiled skies. Departure is seldom accompanied by trumpets. More often, it slips between breaths, a decision sealed not with fanfare, but with the quiet tightening of a knot or the steady grip of a wooden rail. Shanghai, vast and unyielding, had held Little Swallow and Min tightly in its grasp. Yet on that gray morning, softened by mist, the two women found themselves stepping toward a boat rather than back into the city's labyrinth. They did not look over their shoulders. There was nothing behind them worth saluting, and everything ahead worth imagining. The docks carried their usual clamor, merchants barking prices, porters shouldering bales of tea, fishermen returning with baskets dripping river water. But within the din lay pockets of solemnity. Departures, after all, carry an undertone even the busiest port cannot mask. A child clutching his mother's skirt while she boarded a ferry. A husband pressing coins into a sailor's hand, his eyes darting as if calculating how long separation might last. For Little Swallow and Min, the act of stepping onto a plank bridge felt like stepping into a story whose ending was unwritten. Their bundles were modest. A shawl each, a few coins sewn into hems. One small book Min had insisted on bringing despite its worn pages. Little Swallow carried no relics of her time at the den, as though casting off weight might lighten her future. They did not speak much. Words risked tethering them to doubts. Instead, they moved in rhythm, their feet whispering across wood, their eyes fixed on the boat's bow where ropes creaked and sailors hummed. The river itself was a companion of contradictions. Its surface rippled silver under veiled skies, offering beauty even as it carried mud and memory. The boat, long and narrow, seemed to breathe as men prepared it for departure. Crates were pushed into place, ropes coiled neatly, and the mast's cloth stretched like a sighing chest. Min placed her palm on the railing and felt the faint vibration of water striking hull. That pulse became her reassurance. Here was motion, and motion meant change. As the boat shifted from dock to current, a small group of onlookers stood watching, though not for the women. They waited for relatives, for goods, for other departures. Yet Min felt their presence as witness, a silent acknowledgement that she was leaving one life for another. She did not wave. The absence of farewell suited her, for too many goodbyes in Shanghai had been soaked with regret. Better to let the city fade naturally, blurred by mist and distance. Little Swallow, though younger in years, carried an older weariness. She kept her gaze ahead, refusing even a quick glance back at alleys where shadows clung. In her mind, she still heard the cough of patrons, the clink of pipes, the hollow laughter of those who mistook escape for joy. To look back was to invite their ghosts aboard. She tightened her shawl and whispered to herself, "We go forward." The river widened, and the city's skyline began to dissolve. Warehouses, once looming, shrank to toy blocks. Bells from temples reached faintly, muted by distance. Even the acrid smoke of factories softened, replaced by fresher air tinged with wet reeds. Min inhaled deeply, realizing how long she had breathed shallow in Shanghai. Air without bitterness seemed itself a blessing. Around them, other passengers settled into their own silences. A farmer returning to his village, a merchant's apprentice carrying documents wrapped in oilcloth, two soldiers speaking little, their eyes unreadable. Each carried stories, but on boats, stories often remained unspoken. The shared act of leaving bound them without need for confession. The rhythm of oars became a lullaby. Wooden blades dipped, pulled, and lifted with steady grace. Water slapped hull, then fell quiet again. Min leaned against the side, her cheek pressed to wood cool from mist. She thought of her sister's engagement celebration, the laughter she had fled, the questions she could not answer. She wondered if letters would find her in Jiangsu, or if absence itself would be her only message home. Little Swallow's thoughts traveled differently. She pictured not family, but possibility. A small shop where she might pour tea without measuring doses of poison. A corner of a courtyard where flowers might bloom instead of pipes smoldering. These were fragile dreams, but in the boat's rocking cradle, they seemed just plausible enough to sustain her. By midday, the mist began to lift, revealing banks lined with willows. Branches trailed fingers in the current as if blessing the travelers. Birds darted low, their cries sharp but not unkind. The women shared a piece of bread, its crust stale yet welcome. "We begin with little," Min murmured. Little Swallow smiled faintly. "Better little in freedom than much in chains." Their words dissolved into the air, claimed by the river's patience. Not all moments were serene. At one narrow stretch, another vessel crowded close, its crew loud with drink. They jeered half-heartedly, their voices carrying rough laughter. Min stiffened, but Little Swallow pressed her hand. "They pass. We remain." And indeed, within minutes, the rowdy boat pulled ahead, leaving only wake behind. The river itself seemed to whisper approval, smoothing back into calm ripples. Evening found the boat anchored near a village, its lights blinking softly from shore. Smoke curled from chimneys, smelling of rice and fish broth. The women did not disembark. Their journey was longer still, but they watched the lights with a mixture of longing and resolve. Homes could be built anew, they reminded themselves. Belonging was not a gift bestowed by others, but a labor chosen and tended. On the deck, sailors shared jokes as they mended nets. Their laughter was rough but genuine, lacking the sharp edge of mockery that haunted the dens. Min found herself smiling without meaning to, the sound of unforced joy awakening a forgotten part of her. Little Swallow, noticing, felt a small surge of hope. If Min could smile, perhaps recovery was not only survival, but renewal. Night deepened, bringing stars muted by haze. The river darkened to ink, reflecting lanterns hung at bow and stern. Passengers settled against bundles, drifting toward uneasy sleep. The women lay side by side, their breaths finding rhythm with the river. Neither spoke of fear, though both felt it. Fear had accompanied them too long to vanish. But here, on the boat's steady floor, it lay quieter, as though respectful of the courage that had carried them aboard. And still, neither looked back. To do so would be to risk turning into pillars of salt, statues rooted in grief. They had no wish for monuments. They wished for mornings. The skyline of Shanghai remained behind them, but in their minds it grew dim, like a dream dissolving upon waking. Departure was not triumph. It was not even certainty. It was the faint but resolute act of stepping onto a boat and refusing to turn around. That was enough. New streets breathe slower than remembered fears. They reach the town near dusk, when colors lean inward and the day loosens its grip. The boat eased against a plain wooden jetty where the boards had been rubbed smooth by years of careful shoes. No shouting greeted them. Only a thin bell from a wayside shrine and the soft trade of voices drifting from a noodle stall. It was Jiangsu country here. Flat fields gathered to the river's edge, willow and poplar holding the horizon gently, as if not to startle it. The air smelled of wet earth and a faint sweetness from rapeseed blossoms out in the distance. Little Swallow felt the shore through the soles of her feet before she stepped onto it, a steadiness she had not known in some time. Min, slower, tested the gap between deck and dock as if measuring the distance between old life and new. The ferrymen took their bundles down with a nod that seemed to say, "People arrive. The river keeps its rhythm." They thanked him with the small bow of travelers who cannot afford generosity, then turned toward the road. The town did not arrange itself like Shanghai's restless quarters. Here the lanes made curves as if drawn by a patient hand. Doors stayed open wider, and windows collected evening like cool water in bowls. A man repaired a basket without hurry. A woman pulled a low stool into the doorway and shelled peas with a tempo that belonged to long seasons, not long nights. Chickens negotiated a courtyard with comic sobriety. Over everything lay a mildness that was not indifference, but a decision, renewed each morning, to live at the speed of breath. An elderly porter with a bamboo pole approached the newcomers and, without pressing, asked, "Lodging?" He spoke as though the word were simply a bridge laid between strangers. When they nodded, he led them along a lane paved with old brick, pointing out a well, a cobbler, a stall where the buns steamed more sweet than savory. "This street likes quiet," he said, as though introducing them to a temperament. "That one likes music." He set their bundles inside a small inn with a lintel polished by hands and collected his fee with thanks that sounded more like apology. The inn's keeper, a woman with silver at her temples and an apron tied twice around a narrow waist, looked at them as if she were taking in weather, not to judge, but to prepare. "2 nights, and then see," she suggested. "If you stay longer, I'll find you a steadier rate." Her voice carried the evenness of water poured from a height just right. She showed them a room above the courtyard, where a plum tree had long ago chosen a cracked flagstone to lift. The bed was firm, the quilt plain and clean. When she left, the quiet came to sit with them like an old relative, slightly awkward, but kind. They unpacked the little they had. Min laid her thin book on the sill where light might find it. Little Swallow folded her shawl and, after a hesitation, tucked a coin in the hem of the quilt, not from fear of theft, but from habit, which takes time to relearn. The innkeeper brought a kettle and 2 cups whose glaze had worn to a friendly satin. "Boiled," she said, setting them down. "You'll want the taste of this town in your throat before you sleep." That night they ate thin noodles with mustard greens at a stall near the corner, where the road widened for carts to turn. The cook was a man with hands like loaves and a face that had forgotten how to hurry. "From the river?" he asked without leaning into the question. When they nodded, he slid 2 bowls forward and added an extra pinch of scallion to each, a gesture not grand enough to embarrass, only to welcome. The soup carried the flavor of chicken that had known a yard and of ginger sliced with a knife sharpened for kitchen use, not parade. It warmed them in layers, the mouth first, then the throat, then a place behind the breastbone that fear had cooled. Sleep came differently here. In Shanghai, night had been full of negotiations, noise bargaining with nerve, shadows bidding against rest. In the small inn, the dark was simpler. A dog barked once, giving the all clear. Somewhere a lute practiced a phrase and then surrendered, it to silence. Wind found the crack where the plum had lifted stone, and the leaf tip tapped twice against the sill like a considerate knock. Little Swallow slept with her palm open, as if letting the river go. Min lay on her side and dreamed not of pursuit, but of fields passing at walking speed. Morning fitted the town like a well-cut garment. The market assembled itself without barking. Women came with greens still beaded from the pump, men with baskets of garlic and the soft white squares of fresh tofu. A tailor opened early so that the first light could divide his thread for him. Little Swallow and Min stood at the edge, listening to the price of each thing as if the town were telling them its mood. It sounded fair. Work, of course, would have to be found before tenderness could claim a place. Min, remembering her childhood's neat tasks, asked the tailor if he ever needed hands for hemming. He looked at her fingertips, turned them gently palm up as though reading a weather map, and nodded. "Try a morning. We'll both see." He gave her a stack of simple skirts and a stool near the door, so she could watch the street while she sewed. Watching, she learned the town's heartbeat. A cart's wheel with a chip that thudded every 4th turn. A girl who skipped the same pattern each day. A monk who counted his beads without once looking down. Little Swallow walked toward the square where vendors served tea from kettles fat with use. She asked for work, not where the crowds were thickest, but where the space around a table allowed people to stay. A widow who ran a modest tea stand, 3 stools, 2 jars, and a triangle of shade, treated her question like a seed that might sprout if set properly. "Wipe cups, pour level," the widow said. "Listen more than you answer. If you can do those, you can stay as long as your hands prove it." Little Swallow's hands, which had learned both steadiness and trembling, now found a middle course. She poured carefully and let the tea speak first. In those first weeks, the town offered its exam, not with suspicion, but with the quiet calibration any place grants its new arrivals. A woman at the tailor's paused to see if Min's stitch would hold. A farmer at the tea stand asked for a second infusion to test Little Swallow's patience. Children tried their ordinary tricks, counting coins wrong and then blushing when Little Swallow smiled and returned the dropped copper. "That's mine," the smallest declared, relieved more than greedy. "It is," she agreed, and the town marked a point in her favor. The pace on the lanes seemed to ask for apology from those who rushed. Men who carried baskets still carried them quickly, but their quickness came from strength, not alarm. A letter carrier trotted between houses with a gait that suggested he enjoyed the feet beneath him. Even the arguments, over a chicken that preferred one gate to another, over whose turn it was at the well, had rounder edges. People disagreed, as if intending to remain neighbors after the words cooled. At night, doors latched with the sound of decisions made at sensible hours. Not all was soft. The town had its cautions. A mill pond, lovely as a coin laid upon the land, kept a shelf of mud that would suck a careless shoe. The road out to the fields where rapeseed glowed held a ditch that made a habit of tripping those who stared at blossoms instead of their feet. In the market, A man with an over-polished smile sold tonics that promised much and delivered little. But even the cautions moved at human scale. Trouble kept office hours. It seldom prowled at 3 a.m. Little Swallow noticed how, in the gentler air, memories from Shanghai shifted their size. The noise from the dens arrived at a distance now, as if heard through a hill. The faces that had once crowded her mind took their places farther back on the shelf. She did not forget. She did not forgive everything. But she could set the memories down without gripping them. Work helped. So did the geometry of the tea stand, cup, jar, cloth, tasks with corners she could hold. Min, too, found that her fingers relearned calm. At the tailor's threshold, she stitched hems that lay flat, not because fear held her tense, but because the town's evenness entered her palms. She began to hum, not to distract herself, but to keep the thread from twisting. When the tailor passed by, he did not praise in words. He laid his hand on the stack of finished skirts and pressed gently, as if to say, "Yes, this weight is right." Such small recognitions nourish more than compliments. On the 12th day, after work, Min carried a bowl of rice and a fried egg to the room for Little Swallow, who had given her portion to an old man at the tea stand whose coins did not quite fit his appetite. Little Swallow protested, then smiled, then ate. "We are practicing a new arithmetic," she said, "adding nothing we cannot carry." Min nodded. "And subtracting what subtracts us." Even in this place of slower breath, temptation did not evaporate. It merely lost its swagger. A peddler passed through selling pellets that promised rest like velvet. His voice carried confidence worn like a stagecoat. Little Swallow tightened her jaw against the old pull and returned to wiping cups until the feeling thinned. Min, noticing the man linger near the tailor's, stepped outside with a broom whose straw had been worn honest and stood sweeping the same square of threshold until he moved on. The tailor's wife, inside, met Min's eyes and nodded once, a salute exchanged between defenders of small doors. The town's calendar announced itself in gestures rather than proclamations. On market day, the cobbler moved his bench out to the shade. On washing day, strings crisscrossed courtyards like silent music. On festival day, the bun man stamped little red marks on dough to make luck edible. On mourning days, neighbors brought simple dishes and set them down without recipe talk. Min learned to count time by these shifts. Little Swallow learned to measure health by how often she forgot to measure it. They made a map of neighbors. The widow at the tea stand, whose name turned out to be Auntie Wei, though she scolded anyone who made it sound grand. The porter who had first led them from the dock, and now, each fourth morning, paused at their inn to say nothing in particular. The letter carrier who saved for them the thickest plum blossoms from the lane where the tree felt generous. A small boy who traded riddles for crumbs. A dog with one ear whose loyalty belonged to the whole street. One evening, rain came as if remembering to be kind. It drummed lightly on tile and then slowed, as if pleased with its own good manners. Little Swallow and Min stood under the inn's eaves and watched the town agree to be wet. 2 women ran laughing with a mat held between them. A man tipped a barrel so water would not pool where feet would later want to stand. A child put out a blue bowl just to hear the sound of drops finding it. "See?" Auntie Wei said, passing. "It rains with us here, not at us." The distinction carried more comfort than a roof. Humiliation, which in Shanghai had flowed like a second river beneath the streets, grew thin here. People remembered one another's awkwardness, but did not sharpen it. When Little Swallow miscounted once, the farmer to whom she'd shorted a coin returned later with a radish big as his forearm and said, This fell out of the ground with your name on it." She laughed and did not cry, which in itself felt like a holiday. They sent a letter on the 20th day, not to Shanghai, but to Min's cousin in the interior, a woman who had once kept house so orderly the teapot itself seemed to study her motions. The letter was short. "We are safe. Work has hands and feet. The air here keeps its promises." They sealed it with glue lent by the tailor and watched the letter carrier tuck it into his pouch with the gentle tap men reserve for pocketing memory. Money remained narrow as a lane at harvest, but it aligned with need more honestly than it had before. They lived on bowls of rice, greens, and eggs when the hens felt generous. Once a week, if the tea stand had done well, Auntie Wei insisted on slicing pork as thin as a proverb and sharing it with whatever friends the evening could gather. Little Swallow learned how to lean back from the table when appetite wanted more than fairness allowed. Min learned to save one spoonful for morning's first swallow. "Tomorrow," she said, and found the word less frightening when attached to a small bowl. Some days held echoes that asked to be answered. A traveling doctor spread a cloth on the square and offered herbal packets labeled with claims both ancient and hopeful. He had good hands and a careful look. When he spoke of tinctures for nerves and teas that smoothed rough sleep, something in Min quieted. Something in Little Swallow braced. They stood at the edge, neither stepping forward nor retreating. The doctor did not press. He folded his cloth at dusk, as if to say that remedies must meet readiness halfway. "Another time," Little Swallow murmured, and felt the dignity of choosing later over never. On an afternoon when the rapeseed fields flamed like a gentle sun laid low upon the earth, they walked beyond the last houses and let the dirt road take their feet without argument. Bees made an arithmetic of the blossoms, humming sums the human ear could not compute but could enjoy. Min bent to tie her shoe, then stayed bent a moment longer to breathe in the scent that falls close to ground. "It smells like room to live," she said. Little Swallow looked over the fields and counted the ways the horizon can be kind, by not promising too much, by not hiding, by holding still long enough for a tired heart to steady itself. They returned by the canal where a boy taught a younger sister to skip stones. "Not hard," he explained. "Just true." The stone upon the water took 3 words worth of skips before sinking with a sound respectful of silence. "True," Little Swallow repeated, more to herself than to the child. She thought of all the times false brightness had made a show of itself and then demanded tribute. The town of softer pace offered a different shine, the kind that grows on worn wood and honest clay. At the end of their first full month, the innkeeper came up the stairs with a ledger. "We can set this for the season," she said, tapping a fingertip where numbers had learned to behave. "If you need a week's grace, ask before you need it." Min's throat tightened. Little Swallow's eyes grew bright without tipping. To be offered grace not as charity, but as housekeeping. This was the kind of mercy that lets the spine remain straight. They nodded, the way people nod when a promise fits the room. On the same evening, the tailor's wife brought Min a tin of needles, the good kind, with eyes that do not cut thread. "For your hands," she said, as if naming a festival. Auntie Wei, not to be outdone though she pretended to be, slipped Little Swallow a wrapped cone of rock sugar. "For customers who remember to say thank you," she winked, then added, "and for girls who do." The town's arithmetic continued to improve, and yet the night brought, as night does, thoughts with longer legs. There were hours when Little Swallow woke to the old ache. No fever, simply the body remembering a pattern and asking, courteously at first, whether the pattern might be resumed. She lay still and heard the town breathing. A bullfrog drilling wisdom into a pond, a rope creaking on a moored boat, the small particular snore of someone who trusted the roof above. "Not tonight," she told the ache. When it persisted, she sat up, put her feet on the cool floor, and let her thoughts climb down their own ladder. Bread for morning. Tea, leaves to be rinsed twice, the color of the new thread in the tailor's basket. She held each like a bead. By the time the ache could no longer claim her attention, dawn had done its work at the window. Min's moments of difficulty arrived at mid-afternoon, when shadows settle but cannot yet comfort. She would look up from a hem, and for a breath, see not the doorway, but the den's low room in her mind. Air sweet in the wrong way, faces quiet in the wrong way. When that happened, she allowed herself exactly 3 heartbeats worth of stillness. Then she set the needle down, stood, and fetched water. The walk to the pump and back took the picture out of her head and put the town back in its place. Buckets swing, neighbors greeting, the small decision about which step to take next on the slick stone by the fence. Neither woman called these practices courage anymore. They called them keeping. To keep a room clean enough for sleep. To keep a promise made to oneself in low voice. To keep a neighbor's name handy when buying pears so the sweeter ones might be shared. To keep the day from ending only as an escape, and instead to let it close like a well-used book. By summer's edge, an old man who carved small figures out of ginkgo wood began leaving one on the tea stand each week. First a fish, then a peach, then a man rowing a boat whose oar seemed, when you moved it, to actually push against an invisible current. "Payment for listening," he said, though Little Swallow protested she had merely poured. "That's what I mean," he replied, and shuffled away. Min arranged the carvings along the in-room sill, and in the morning, just before work, they took turns choosing one to carry in a pocket, something to feel when thoughts ran too fast. The boat served on days when the world seemed to be all water. The peach, when sweetness needed reminding. Word of the 2 new women faded as new things tend to do in places that prefer seasons to eruptions. They became part of the town's grammar, a clause, necessary but not showy. Strangers arriving by boat were told matter-of-factly which stall served honest tea and which tailor fixed a hem that would endure both weddings and washing days. People did not say the women who came from trouble. They said, "Little Swallow pours carefully, and Min's stitches lie flat." The town approved in the way towns approve, by getting on with itself while making room at the table. The river, which had carried them before, now drifted past like a friend who doesn't always talk, but whose company you would miss if it stopped. When they walked its bank at dusk, lamps reflected as coins set upon a long tray. They counted only for the pleasure of counting. Behind them, the town moved inward for sleep, dogs circling into their blankets, doors finding their latches with the small, contented clicks of tasks completed. A night bird called once, as if to take attendance. If Shanghai rose sometimes, in their dreams, it did so at a distance that allowed for bowing without fear. If regret tried to take a chair, it found the room already seated. Plum branch, kettle steam, a square of moonlight on the threshold. The town did not erase their past. It absorbed it the way a good field takes in last year's stalks and turns them into something useful for the next planting. On the 50th morning, Auntie Wei looked at Little Swallow over the rim of a washed cup and said, as if remarking on the weather, "You pour like someone who knows how to stop." Little Swallow nodded, the compliment landing where pride cannot spoil it. That afternoon, the tailor's wife told Min, "Your hems hold through arguments," which is to say, through life. Min smiled into her thread so it would not show as a bump in the seam. There would be other chapters: harvest, winter, letters answered and unanswered. But for now, the town of softer pace allowed two women to stand on its small square of earth without apology. They belonged as much as anyone belongs who is willing to rise, to work, to greet and to be greeted, to keep a door open the width of a hand, and to close it when night asks. And if, on certain evenings, one of them set a single stick of incense at the room's corner and whispered a name from another city, the town made space for that too. The smoke curled and found the same air it had always found, shared. The prayer did not need to travel far to be heard. It only needed to be honest. A teacher's voice steadies in quiet corners. Not far from the square where Min stitched and Little Swallow poured tea, another room had begun to gather its own kind of stillness. It was smaller than most classrooms, nothing more than a chamber in a rented house with pale walls and one wide window. But here, a scholar once thought ruined by failure found a place where his voice could return, not in thunder, not in eloquence polished for assemblies, but in tones measured to reach a single listening ear. The former professor of Shanghai, once seated at tables where ink and ambition sparred, now arranged low benches for pupils whose families could afford neither prestige nor pomp. He called it simply the room, never a school. Children shuffled in with slates tucked under arms, their sandals dusted from the road, their eyes still carrying the mischief of play. They came not for fame, but for steady letters, for the chance to hold a line of poetry in their mouths, as if it were bread. The scholar's wife kept the kettle filled and the mats swept. She had long ago learned that a room can be prepared not only with furnishings, but with intention. She chose the spot where light fell kindest, arranged flowers when possible, and ensured that each child felt the air belonged to them as much as to the master. In her quiet tending, the classroom breathed. Lessons began with recitation. The children's voices rose unevenly at first, stumbling like foals. The scholar never barked corrections. Instead, he paused, repeated the line softly, and let the rhythm draw them back. It was astonishing how quickly mistakes dissolved when shame was absent. Words that once snagged on nervous tongues now slipped forward, buoyed by the calm presence of a man who knew what it was to tremble. On one such morning, the pupils attempted a Tang poem about spring rain. The lines spoke of gentle drops nourishing silent fields. The children read haltingly, giggling at the unfamiliar characters. The scholar smiled and tapped the sill where actual raindrops tapped that very hour. "See," he said, "the poem is happening outside." They laughed again, not in mockery, but in the delight of connection. For the first time, perhaps, literature felt less like memorization and more like recognition. He discovered that teaching in this smaller way demanded a different courage. At the academy, his reputation had been armor. Here, each mistake, his or theirs, sat in the room like another pupil, requiring patience. His voice wavered at times. His hand still shook when writing long characters on the board. But the children accepted this without comment. They learned from it as much as from the verses. Courage, they saw, was not flawless performance, but persistence in presence. The tutor's room soon became known not for rigor, but for gentleness. Farmers bringing in their children after chores whispered thanks not only for knowledge, but for the calm their little ones carried home. Mothers noted that sons who had fidgeted now sat longer at supper, practicing characters with chopsticks and leftover broth. A girl recited lines while brushing her younger brother's hair, both tasks steadying each other. Learning here was not about conquest, but about keeping. One afternoon, a merchant's apprentice, older than the usual pupils, knelt at the door. He had missed much schooling and feared ridicule, but the scholar beckoned him in with no ceremony. The boy learned slower, his calligraphy broad and uneven, yet he carried the discipline of trade in his posture, and soon his ledgers at the shop grew clearer. "You will feed a family with your lines," the scholar told him, and the boy flushed with a pride more nourishing than coin. Neighbors sometimes pressed their ears against the shutters just to hear the cadence of study. It was not loud, but it carried an unusual peace. "The sound is like weaving," one said, "like threads pulled across a loom, back and forth, until cloth appears." Another remarked that the tutor's room gave off a fragrance of cedar and ink, as though the walls themselves had absorbed the intention of learning. Even in this gentler setting, shadows lingered. At dusk, when the children left, the scholar sometimes slumped in weariness, his mind catching the old hunger for the pipe's false brightness. His wife, attuned, would set tea before him before the thought could harden. "Read me a verse," she'd say, though she knew it by heart. He would sigh, then comply, and in the act of speaking aloud to someone who cherished his voice, the craving would pass. The room, then, became not only a school, but a sanctuary. On market days, the tutor walked with pupils to stalls, pointing out characters on signs: fish, rice, silk. He made language practical, a companion in daily tasks rather than a relic. Once, when a boy mispronounced lotus, a vendor corrected gently and offered a seed pod for free. The child carried it home as if it were treasure. The scholar smiled, recognizing that the town itself was teaching alongside him. Season by season, the little room gathered reputation. Travelers heard of it, and sometimes brought children for a few weeks of study while passing through. Coins exchanged were small, but gratitude carried larger weight. When autumn winds rattled shutters, neighbors brought kindling. When spring floods threatened, farmers offered higher ground for storing books. The scholar, once lost in disgrace, now found himself bound not to an institution, but to a community, threads stronger than any tenure. Perhaps most touching was the way his own dignity returned quietly, like a bird settling back on a branch it had once abandoned. He no longer dreamed of titles or accolades. His measure came in the clear voice of a child finishing a poem without stumbling, in the smile of a parent who knew their child could read a letter unaided. Each success was small, but together they stitched a fabric more enduring than fame. At night, when lamps dimmed and the room emptied, the tutor sometimes lingered alone. He traced the grooves in the wood where slates had rubbed, listened to the silence left behind by recitations, and whispered a line of his own making. "Knowledge is not power, it is companionship." The phrase steadied him as surely as the children's laughter, and so the tutor's gentle room became another kind of hearth in Jiangsu, a place where failure was recycled into patience, where tremors turned into lessons, and where a voice once silenced by shame found new timbre in whisper and repetition. A household chooses distance over habit. Some departures are not marked by boats or tickets, but by the quiet gathering of bundles within four walls. When a family decides to step away from the familiar weight of trouble, the house itself seems to hold its breath. In Shanghai, the rickshaw puller had fought a long duel with pain, pride, and the creeping pull of opium. His wife, steadfast as mended cloth, had stood beside him through collapses and compromises. But the time came when watching their eldest son grow restless with the same temptations made the decision unavoidable. They would leave, not for glory, not for wealth, but for the thin promise of safety that distance sometimes grants. Their small house filled with the murmurs of preparation. A rope coiled, ready to tie bundles. The patched quilt folded, showing its history in seams of different fabrics. Rice measured carefully into cloth sacks, the grains whispering like sand on a shore. The wife tied knots with steady hands, her mouth pressed in silence. She had long ago run out of speeches. Now she dealt in actions. The younger children sensed change, but not the scale of it. They whispered questions. Would the new town have ducks? Would there be a temple bell? And their father, though weary, answered with nods that promised hope without detail. The boy, barely 14, kept his eyes on the floor. Shame and defiance wrestled in his chest. He knew his father's worry, felt the heavy hand of expectation, and yet he also felt the hunger that had once driven his father toward the pipe. The puller saw this clearly, and knew words would not suffice. The only cure left was new air, new stones underfoot, new lanes where the past could not whisper so loudly. When dawn came, the family stepped into the lane together. Neighbors watched without judgment, some offering small gifts for the road, a bundle of dried fish, a jar of pickles, a piece of cloth for wrapping. "May the road treat you gently," one old woman said. The rickshaw puller bowed lower than his back liked, taking her blessing as though it were bread. His wife adjusted the strap across her shoulder, shifting weight with practiced ease. The children clutched their bundles as though the future might fall out if their grip loosened. They did not leave in a cart. They left on foot. Each step away from Shanghai was deliberate, paced not to flee, but to endure. The city's sounds, clatter of wheels, cries of vendors, distant clang of factory bells, faded like a song left behind on the wind. Fields opened slowly, rice paddies stretching like mirrors laid upon the earth. Waterbirds rose in startled flocks, their wings catching morning light. The family walked through this new quiet, unsure if it belonged to them, but relieved that it existed at all. At night they rested in wayside inns when coins allowed, or beneath trees when they did not. The father pulled the cart, not with passengers, but with their belongings stacked like modest towers. When the boy offered to help, he let him, teaching him the rhythm of pull and pause, of leaning into the harness without letting it bruise the chest. "Strength is not in rushing," he said one evening. "It's in knowing how to last." The boy nodded, chewing the lesson like dry bread. The wife mended straps by lantern light, her needle steady even when her eyes blurred. She hummed lullabies learned from her own mother, low enough not to wake the little ones. The children curled together on quilts that smelled faintly of smoke and home. Stars above them seemed larger than those over Shanghai, as if the sky itself had been waiting to stretch once they had stepped outside the city's shadow. The road was not without hardship. Rain turned dirt paths into clinging mud, slowing their progress to painful inches. Once, a wheel cracked on a stone, spilling their bundles into the ditch. They gathered them back, one by one, dripping and smeared, laughter breaking through tears at the absurdity of rescuing pickles and rice from the muck. Another time, a local innkeeper turned them away, muttering about strangers. They slept that night in a granary, the smell of millet thick around them, and in the morning, the farmer whose grain it was brought them steaming bowls of porridge. "Travel well," he said, as if repayment were unnecessary. Each day the boy walked a little taller, though temptation still pricked him in memory. Once, When they passed through a market town, he caught sight of men smoking in a shaded corner. The familiar haze curled into the air, beckoning. His steps slowed, but his father's hand landed on his shoulder with weight enough to steady him. "Forward," the man whispered. And forward they went, the moment passing like a storm cloud that had not broken. The farther they walked, the more Shanghai loosened its hold. Instead of factory smoke, the air carried the scent of soil and cooking fires. Instead of the relentless press of crowds, they found lanes where chickens strutted unbothered. The children learned to spot mulberry trees and to greet farmers with respectful bows. The wife began to believe, quietly, that perhaps their family might grow here without fear gnawing at every doorway. When they finally reached a smaller city, its walls modest, its gates open, the puller felt the ache in his bones give way to something else. Relief. They entered not as conquerors, but as neighbors-to-be, their bundles no larger than anyone else's. They rented a single room near the outskirts, where the rent was low and the fields were close. He put away the rickshaw harness with something like ceremony, hanging it on a peg as though it were both weapon and wound retired. Work came slowly, but it came. The wife sewed for neighbors, mending with the same patience that had mended her marriage. The puller found work carrying loads at the market, not glamorous but honest. The boy apprenticed with a grain seller who valued his strong legs more than his past mistakes. The younger children carried water and laughter in equal measure. Slowly, the family stitched themselves into the fabric of their new town. At night, around their modest lamp, they spoke in softer tones. They spoke not of opium or shame, but of simple things, how the day's rice tasted, how the fields smelled after rain, how the younger ones had learned to count by stacking beans. The boy listened more than he spoke, his eyes shadowed still. But when his father laid a hand on his shoulder, he did not shrug it away. In Shanghai, the family had been known by whispers: the puller who collapsed, the wife who bore too much, the boy who lingered near shadows. Here, they were known simply by their tasks: the porter, the seamstress, the apprentice. The difference was not small. It was everything. Still, in quiet moments, the father felt the old ache stir, a reminder that temptation does not vanish. It waits. But when it came, he looked across the room at his children bent over beans, at his wife sewing under lamplight, and he reminded himself why they had left. Distance had given them more than new work. It had given them new sight. The town absorbed them gently, as though it understood that families arrive carrying both burdens and hopes. Neighbors offered space at the well, invited them to festivals, asked for help with harvests. In return, the family gave what they could: strength, stitches, smiles. Each exchange bound them tighter to the place, each step away from Shanghai becoming a step deeper into belonging. Morning does not arrive. It is invited in. There are nights that end with a slam, and there are nights that leave the door on its latch, softly, so the morning can ease its shoulder through without waking anyone too quickly. In the towns and fields beyond Shanghai, in small rooms where lamps learn the patience of the moon, dawn began to practice this gentler entrance. It lifted the windows by a finger's width, slid a coin of light along a sill, warmed a teacup that had waited all night, and cleared its throat with a sparrow's single note. No trumpet, only breath. No command, only invitation. In Auntie Wei's little tea triangle, the first sound was the water, remembering how to speak. Little Swallow arrived before the street had chosen a color and set the kettle to its steady rehearsal. Steam rose with a polite curl. She wiped cups as if polishing the day's first thought. Between motions, she stood in the doorway and watched morning lean against the town like a friend early to a visit. She had learned that joy, when it returned, seldom announced itself as spectacle. More often, it took the shape of capacity, the hand sure on a cup, the ear quiet enough to listen, the heart able to hold a small, simple gladness without asking it to prove anything. Min crossed the square with her work basket. Her steps were ordinary, which is how Triumph prefers to travel when it intends to stay. The tailor's wife waved a spool of thread in greeting, an unspooled banner, but one you could use. Min smiled and took her seat by the door. From there she could see the lane perform its morning play, the porter's bamboo pole swinging with the grace of practice, a girl sternly escorting a goose, the letter carrier tapping each gate as if waking them by name. She threaded her needle and, before the stitch entered cloth, took one breath for herself. That pause was her hinge between night and day, a ritual as private and durable as prayer. Beyond the square, the tutor unlocked his gate. The small room still held yesterday's recitation the way wood holds sun after the beam has moved. He straightened the mats, chalked the first character of the lesson, and placed a single blossom in the chipped vase by the window. It was not decoration. It was a reminder that attention is a kind of bloom. When the first pupil peered around the doorframe, the tutor nodded as one nods to the dawn itself. "Yes, I see you. Yes, come in." His wife set the kettle on a low flame and left the door open the width of a hand so that the day could stroll in at its own pace. And in a rented room at the edge of a different town, the rickshaw puller woke before the ache could choose his day for him. His wife adjusted the quilt on the youngest, then handed him a bowl that steamed like a small landscape in winter. The boy, no longer a boy entirely, tied his belt with a care he had once abandoned and met his father's eyes without flinching. They stepped into the lane together, and if the old hunger lifted its head, it found itself outnumbered by reasons to keep walking. Distance had not erased temptation, but it had taught the family how to greet it without offering a chair. All over the map of ordinary rooms, people practiced dawn the way musicians practice a scale. There was nothing clever in it. The cleverness had nearly undone them before. This was craft, the way bread receives heat, the way a gate receives a palm, the way a day receives those willing to begin again without ceremony. From time to time, the past sent postcards. A smell, sweet in the wrong way, drifted from a traveler's coat. A word, careless and glittering, fell from a stranger's mouth. Memories stirred, and with them, the old tremble. But the present had its own strong handwriting now. Little Swallow's reply was measured in cups poured level, in the kindness of exact change, in the choice to step into the doorway and let the air wash through her chest until the reminder faded from sharp to flat. Min answered by laying the cloth smooth, by refusing to hurry the knot, by asking the tailor's apprentice how his mother slept. The tutor replied by reciting the line that had steadied him once and could steady him again. Knowledge is companionship. The puller answered with motion. Honest weight moved from here to there, until his body remembered that usefulness is also a medicine. There were days of weather, a week of rain that stitched the town into a softer quiet, a day of wind that rummaged the lanes and scattered the hens like thoughts, a morning of fog so gentle it seemed the sky, unsure of how to appear, had decided to put on absolutely every shade of gray at once. On such days, work slowed, but did not stop. Tea still met cup. Thread still found eye. Children still found the door of the tutor's room, wiping their sandals on the mat he had moved closer for them. Weather, the town understood, is not a verdict. It is a tempo. Letters found their paths. Min's cousin wrote back in a slanted hand, "We keep a small garden. If you come in autumn, the persimmons will teach you patience." The scholar received a folded page from a former student in Shanghai, now a clerk, who confessed he had begun to read aloud to his own child at night. "Your tremble taught me mercy toward my own voice," the man wrote. The rickshaw family received a note from the grain seller praising the boy's steadiness. The father read it twice, then placed it under the oil lamp as if the words themselves were a new kind of light. Some evenings turned themselves into soft festivals without permission. Someone brought a lute. Someone else produced a kettle bigger than reason. Auntie Wei shaved slivers of ginger thin enough to see the day through them, and laughter decided to stay even after the cups were washed. The town did not pretend that joy erased sorrow. It simply made a seat for both and asked them to share the bowl without crowding. Once, on a night when the moon hung low and full as a patient promise, the tutor walked the outer lane and, without planning to, met the rickshaw puller and his son by a pump. They recognized each other not by name, but by the shared look of men who have learned the value of a bench. They spoke little. The pump squealed, the bucket filled, and 3 people stood long enough to notice that their silence had become a kind of handshake. When they parted, it was with the easy courtesy of travelers who have rested at the same milestone and will likely meet again farther along. Another time, Min and Little Swallow visited the tutor's room to leave a tin of needles and a paper of rock sugar. The children were away for the afternoon. The tutor's wife thanked them in the way that best suited the gifts. She placed the needles in a jar where light could find them and cracked the sugar into smaller pieces to share. For voices, she smiled, and for stitches. The women walked back under an arch of willow and spoke of nothing consequential. Their friendship, like so much else in this gentler chapter, preferred presence to performance. Even the river learned the new timbre. It still carried boats and gossip and the occasional plank that had forgotten its duty, but it also carried reflections steadier than they had been. On evenings when the sky kept its word, lamps doubled upon the surface and drifted beside their originals as if the town had acquired a twin. On such nights, people walked slower. They did not want to spill their reflections. And Shanghai? It did not disappear. Great cities rarely do. It continued to thrum with invention and risk and need. Somewhere, a den's door still creaked. Somewhere, a lamp still burned past midnight over a ledger nobody would ever balance. But the stories we have followed took their leave without bitterness. They accepted that some places do not change on schedule, and that not all rescues are accomplished at once. The mercy they could manage was to become small, durable lights wherever they stood. It is tempting to end with a miracle, the sudden cure, the reunion with trumpets, the coin found exactly when the purse is bare. But the truest grace often travels as repair, threads drawn back through frayed cloth, steps learned again after stumbling, mouths trained to speak gently to the ear within as much as to the ears without. When Little Swallow lay down at night, she did not count days since she had last faltered. She counted the names of people she could greet in the morning without shame. Min tallied hymns finished, meals shared, hours spent without hurrying the heart. The tutor summed his day in voices clearer at dusk than at dawn. The puller measured distance in breaths not stolen by grief. Now and then, a child, one of yours, perhaps, if you have sent your thoughts to visit here tonight, peered through the door of the tea stand or the tailor's or the little classroom and asked a question that belonged to all of us. Will this last? The answer was the same in every room, not a promise carved in stone, but a promise practiced. It will last today because we will behave toward it as if we wish it to. Tomorrow would be invited the same way, by making a small place for it, by leaving the latch gentle, by trusting that even a narrow dawn can widen as it enters. And so the season ripened. Persimmons did, and were held to the tongue like a slow lesson in sweetness. Winter arrived with its good, clean sharpness, and people slept closer to stoves that remembered their grandmother's hands. Spring returned, modestly triumphant. Each time the year rounded the corner, those who had nearly been lost took their roll call again and found themselves present. Perhaps you hear, beneath all this, the faintest bell. Not the bell of warning that once sent hearts racing, but the bell a caretaker taps when it is time to come to table. The table is plain. The bowls are chipped where they have been faithful. You sit, you eat. You pass what you can, and when the bowl returns to you lighter, you are not poorer. You are woven. If a single sentence must carry the weight of all we have walked together, let it be one with soft soles. The city that once took became, in small places, a city that returned, and the people who once vanished into fog learned to leave their doors, if not open, then at least left ajar for morning. That is enough. Not paradise, not perfection, just a measure of steadiness that allows a lamp to be trimmed, a bench to be shared, a name to be spoken without flinching. And now, as night leans close to you, wherever you are listening, by a window that remembers rain, beside a fan's low murmuring, near the padded hush of a carpet that has served your feet faithfully, let us set the room in order for rest. The cups are rinsed and turned mouth down. The ledger is closed not because every sum agrees, but because the day has ended and mercy has decided to keep the difference. The door is on its latch. A breeze is welcome to wander. Your breath knows the road to sleep and does not need a map. Most miracles arrive disguised as mending. There are days when even the sunshine seems to lean in and read over your shoulder as you work, not to correct, only to accompany. The town had learned a rhythm of such days, hours stitched with small repairs rather than grand announcements. A hinge oiled until it remembered to swing without complaint. A loose tile persuaded back into line with the palm's tender argument. The ordinary extraordinary of things that choose to last because someone chooses to tend them. At Auntie Way's tea stand, Little Swallow kept a short ledger of fixes, written not in numbers but in verbs. Wipe, level, steep, listen. She added a new one that spring, re-string. The stand's shade had sagged after a winter of wind. Together with the porter, she threaded fresh cord through the rattan and tied knots that would release rather than bite when the storm came again. Knots, the porter offered, are agreements, not commands. They tightened each one to the firmness of a promise and left enough give for weather to have its say. Across the square, Min discovered that even silence can be mended. A woman came to the tailor's with a dress that had belonged to her mother. The cloth held old grief in its threads, a shape of absence you could feel if you laid it across your lap. It tore here, the woman said, touching the side seam, the morning we packed the trunk. Min did not speak a speech about legacy. She simply spread the dress flat and placed her palm upon it, the way one calms a startled finch. Then she turned the seam inside out and stitched from the underside, letting the mend be strong without insisting on being seen. When she finished, the cloth lay smooth as conversation resumed after a long pause. The woman exhaled, the kind of breath one forgets the body can make, and carried the dress home like a chapter returned to its book. The tutor's room took to repairs with the contentment of a workshop where memory and wood keep company. A bench wobbled. He set a folded scrap beneath its short leg and taught the children the word shim, which sounded to them like the smallest of rivers slipping into place to help a larger one flow. Learning, he told them, tapping the shim, is often this, an almost invisible piece that lets the whole stand level. They nodded, pleased to understand something practical and old at once. Letters, too, can be repaired. One arrived for the rickshaw family, addressed in a cautious hand. Inside, the boy's former friend from Shanghai apologized without flourish. Not for encouragements given in a shadowed lane, those, he wrote plainly, had been wrong, but for the way he had vanished when trouble came close enough to stain. I thought distance would keep me clean, the letter admitted. It kept me small. The boy, now apprenticed enough to spend his days among sacks of grain and the sober arithmetic of measures, read it aloud to his father in the low voice of someone sanding a rough board. The father said nothing for a while. Then he set the letter by the lamp and placed a tiny stone upon it, a paperweight and a choice. They could answer when they wished, and they could choose the tone. Small repair, this, to let a past voice into the room and not allow it to rearrange the furniture. On market day, Min bought a bag of broken buttons, odd shapes, mismatched colors, a little bin of survivors. She sorted them at night by feel rather than by pattern, smooth, scalloped, carved with a flower that time had almost erased. The next afternoon, when a girl brought a coat with 3 empty moons where buttons once had shone, Min sewed on a trio that didn't match but somehow belonged. One pearl-like, one cinnamon brown, one with a faint star. "They'll hold," Min said, "and they will also tell a story." The girl twirled, listened to the small clack of 3 different pasts agreeing to keep her warm, and grinned. The coat seemed lighter for having learned to be plural. The town had a way of forming circles around repairs without crowding them. When the mill's wheel split a spoke, neighbors gathered, not to diagnose loudly, but to pass what was needed. A wedge, a mallet, a rag. Someone told a joke that did not try too hard. Someone else whistled the single clear line of a tune that had forgotten its second part. The wheel turned again by dusk. The pond kissed it approvingly, and the miller set aside a sack of flour for those who had lent hands. "Payment," he called it. "Thanks," the town corrected. 2 words for the same bread. One evening, Little Swallow found a cup chipped at the lip. She turned it until the flaw found her thumb. Old habit said, "Discard." New practice said, "Reconsider." She sanded the edge with a bit of fine grit until the mouth met it kindly. When she poured tea into that cup, she chose it for herself, not as penance, but as companionship. "I do not need perfect things to be gentle with me," she told the steam, and the cup, newly safe, kept its usefulness with quiet pride. The tutor repaired a book whose spine had broken from admiration. Children love certain pages to pieces. It is their way. He sewed the signatures with waxed thread and showed the class how the needle entered where it had first come out, not forcing a new path, but respecting the arc already made. "We aren't erasing where it opened too wide," he said. "We're teaching it how to close and still remember." The smallest boy, who had recently learned to say thank you to his own hands after they managed a stubborn stroke, nodded as if this were the great secret of the world, and perhaps it is. Repairs also visited conversations. the seamstress and the tailor's wife, after months of easy talk, realized one afternoon that they had been avoiding a subject, Shanghai, as if mentioning it would bring the city's old ghosts to sit between them. "Let us give it a chair," the tailor's wife said gently, setting a plain stool in the doorway. They spoke for the length of a cooling kettle, not a courtroom, not a confession, a mapping. When they finished, they left the stool where it was, not because the ghost needed it, but because visitors, grief, joy, memory, come and go, and it is courteous to have a place ready. If you passed through the square that season, you would have seen, more afternoons than not, some small mending underway. A child's kite learning its crossbar again, a grandfather's sleeve that had thinned only at the elbow, where stories rest, a lattice that had misunderstood winter, and now welcomed spring's hands. None of this could be called spectacle. Yet it was the architecture of endurance. Auntie Wei, who understood both tea and time, began a jar by the till labeled with a joke. "For future breaks, we haven't met yet." People placed coins in it when they felt flush. Harvest Day, Festival Day, the day their ducks surprised them with an egg count. When the cobblers all snapped, the jar paid for a new one. When the tutor's window lost a pane to a curious bird, the jar offered glass and a strip of paper to bless the seam. The label was changed quietly to "for keeping." Everyone nodded. You keep a town the way you keep a promise, in advance. In the rickshaw family's new street, a woman whose laughter had always arrived half-second late because she checked the room for permission first, began to laugh on time. No one marked the day it changed, but neighbors recognized the sound, and the sound repaired something in them too. Her husband, a mason, taught the boy how lime takes the sting out of itself once it's slaked. "Even hot things learn patience," he said, stirring the bucket until it turned from restless to ready. The boy thought of his own blood, once quick to hurry, and felt a kinship with the changing substance. Once, a storm came precise and muscular, lightning like clean handwriting across the sky. It broke a bough from the plum in the inn's courtyard. People brought saws and made cuts that honored the tree's future shape. They carried the fallen limb to the tutor, who salvaged straight lengths for rulers and shorter ones for pointers. "The tree will teach, even in absence," he smiled. Weeks later, when blossoms opened along the wound the storm had left, the innkeeper whispered, "Thank you," as if to a guest who had knocked carefully. The tender arithmetic of mending made room for humor that did not borrow cruelty to buy its laugh. The porter joked that his bamboo pole had opinions about the load, and that he was merely its ambassador. The letter carrier, asked how he kept messages dry in a hard rain, held up his hat and answered, "Regulations," which satisfied everyone and no one at once. Laughter sanded the edges of need. Repairs are easier when the hand is warm. On a late afternoon, when the sun stretched itself thin and golden like sugar pulled into thread, a stranger came to the tea stand with a violin case. He played under the willow, nothing extravagant, just scales, arpeggios, the etudes that help hands remember, and the town listened as if the music were another kind of fixing. Even practice can mend a day, perhaps especially practice. He closed the case and left a coin in the jar. The coin sounded when it fell like agreement. And if, some evenings, Little Swallow sat with a cup after closing and found her breath climbing the old staircase of worry, she had another repair to reach for. She named 5 things in the room that chose kindness without asking. The cloth that dried quickly and did not sour. The door that latched with the pressure of a child's palm. the broom that swept equally for crumbs of sweetness and crumbs of burned crust, the cup that had learned smoothness from the fine grit, the shawl that had kept her once and continued to keep her now. By the fifth, the breath had remembered itself. Repairs do not hurry their reputation. They let the days stack gently until even those who came to the town only to trade or to pass through found themselves slowed to the rhythm of care. In an empire of spectacle, a small province of keeping announces itself only to those who walk at living speed. But it endures. Oh, how it endures. Some crossings require only steady feet and a simple rail. The river had many moods, most of them useful. In flood, it reminded people how to tie their belongings with a double knot. In drought, it taught them to read the mud for clues about tomorrow. But there were evenings when the water behaved like a well-raised guest, unfurling a calm face, accepting reflections without fuss. And those were the times to mend bridges or build new ones. The old footbridge near the rapeseed fields needed attention. Boards complained in different dialects, nails lifted their heads to ask unanswerable questions, and the handrail had learned to wobble as if to practice empathy with those who crossed. The town chose a week of even weather and set about the work. People came with what they had: hammers, augers, twine, advice. The advice, unusually, was short and kind. "That plank first," someone would suggest, as if pointing out a ripened fruit. Children helped in ways that did not alarm their mothers. They counted nails into small heaps. They carried water. They handed up sandwiches with the dignity of heralds. The tutor brought his class for a lesson on span and balance. "A bridge is a promise between shores," he said, walking his fingers along a beam. "We don't cross because the water is dangerous. We cross because the other bank is also our home." The smallest boy, unexpected philosopher, replied, "But sometimes the bank you leave is still calling you." The tutor nodded. "Then we build the rail strong so we can lift our eyes forward while our ears finish listening back." Little Swallow poured tea from a lidded jar for those who paused. Min carried a tin of nails tied with twine, and the way she set them down, square, exact, made the men hammer straighter. Auntie Wei, unimpressed with the spectacle of heavy lifting, pried splinters from the handrail with the tip of a knife until the wood felt safe to the touch. "No sense crossing a bridge if it opens a dozen small doors in your skin," she muttered, and everyone trusted her priorities. At midday, a cart rattled up, the rickshaw puller and his boy, not with passengers, but with lengths of planed board offered at cost from the grain merchant's brother, who also milled lumber because families, like rivers, branch. The boy, taller now, shouldered one end and learned by doing that even generosity must be placed carefully. Boards fell into line. Nails sank with a satisfying hush. The bridge began to remember its purpose without complaint. Some crossings that week needed no timber. A woman whose pride had kept her at a distance from her sister's house since a winter argument chose a day of easy weather to walk the lane with a dish of sweets and a towel folded around the bowl to keep her hands warm and her intentions steady. She stood at the door longer than comfort required and then knocked, a sound like a small drum practicing under a blanket. The sister opened, saw the sweets, saw the towel, saw the woman's uncertain mouth, and stepped aside. They ate without adjudicating the past. The handrail, somewhere in the town's bones, steadied. The bridge work drew stories the way warm stones draw lizards. An old man, who had been a younger man at the last rebuilding, told of a spring when water rose to the tops of boots and people carried chickens across in baskets like emperors. He laughed softly. "We learned the ankle's alphabet that day," he said. "All the small letters of slipping and staying. The children tried to walk ankle quiet. Grown people tried not to stare at their own feet, and failed and laughed too. Crossings appeared in language as well. The tutor taught a word that meant almost home. The stretch of road where you begin to put your keys in your hand, and your face remembers how it looks when unobserved. The class practiced sentences with it. "After the bridge," a girl said, "I am almost home." A boy added, "When my father's whistle finds me at dusk, I am almost home." The tutor, privately, thought of the first time his wife had fallen asleep during his reading without the strain that once held her shoulders, and he wrote the word on the board with a tenderness that refused to erase. On the third day, a traveler appeared, a man with boots that had seen other rivers. He offered a design for bracing the undercarriage with rope and wedges, so that the bridge would hold even when the wood swelled with pride or rain. His hands made swift drawings in dust. People listened. They did not assume that being from away made him either wrong or right. They tested his idea against the timber at hand and the water's temper. The design fit the town's way. Strong, simple, repairable. "Stay to supper," someone said, and he did, crossing a threshold with the same cautious satisfaction as a foot finds on new boards. By sunset, the bridge wore its age handsomely. Not new, not pretending. Planks that had never met now lay shoulder to shoulder. The handrail ran like a sentence you trust. To test it, people walked across with their ordinary loads, baskets of greens, a sleeping child, a worry that weighed the mind more than the back. Everything held. The river approved with its applause of small waves. When the moon arrived, the town tried a different crossing, one that required only breath. The tutor, unannounced, recited lines across the span, and voices answered from the other side, not an echo, an antiphon. Children giggled from both banks, and the sound traveled cleanly, unafraid of water. Someone began a lullaby that didn't quite belong to anyone, and therefore belonged to everyone. These, too, are bridges. They take the weight of voices without splintering. In the days that followed, people crossed without thinking, which is a sign that a bridge has been well made. But sometimes they paused in the middle, looked down, and were surprised to find the old tangle quieter. "I used to hurry here," a woman confessed to no one in particular. "Now I count willow leaves." Counting is a crossing when the numbers are kind. Of course, there were crossings that failed. A man tried to carry a grievance across and spilled it halfway. He bent to pick it up, felt ridiculous, and carried it back the way you carry a hat the wind has mocked you for. Another, thinking too fondly of a past that had never existed quite as he remembered, tried to meet it on the far bank, and found only reeds and a cricket theatrically unimpressed. He laughed, rubbed his eyes, and went home to his excellent soup. Failure is not an enemy. It is a ferry. It takes you back where you meant to stand. As the season turned, the bridge acquired the pleasant work of transporting festival. Lanterns and baskets, drums wrapped in cloth against the night air, a cake iced with a child's fierce handwriting. The handrail, sanded smooth by Auntie Wei, received each palm without taking a toll. Lovers, who used to choose the shadowed footpath that avoided the river out of habit, began to stroll openly across. You cannot hide forever from water that has decided to be your neighbor. A letter came from Shanghai addressed to the tutor, sent by a former colleague who had once debated him into stammering silence. The letter contained no debate this time, only a question about a bridge, literal, and how to organize a class to help rebuild it. "We have very few coins," the colleague wrote. but we have many hands." The tutor smiled at the returns time makes when you let it. He wrote back with rope diagrams and, more importantly, with a tone that remembered how it feels to be answered gently. Between cities, a rail went up. Little Swallow and Min crossed the repaired bridge one evening, not because they needed to, but because crossings done without need become practice for the needed ones. They walked to the far bank, turned, and walked back. In the middle they stopped, leaned on the rail, and let the river tell them what it tells anyone willing to be taught. I was trouble once. I will be trouble again. Between those times, I carry your reflections safely if you do not lean too far. They did not. They stood the way women stand when the day has kept its promises, straight, without apology. What we keep keeps us when we hold it kindly. Blessings in that place were not thundered. They were folded, slipped under thresholds like notes that do not need a reply, tucked into pockets as carved peach or small boat, murmured over kettles and needle tins, written in ledgers where the arithmetic included grace. The town had, almost by accident, assembled a liturgy of keeping. It did not ask anyone to bow deeper than their back could bear. It only asked people to stay long enough to be aware of one another's breath. On the first cold morning, Auntie Wei set a pot of congee at the back of the tea stand for anyone whose night had been longer than rest could handle. No sign announced it. People knew. They took a ladle's worth, and, if they had coin, they left one. If they did not, they promised to sweep or carry or fix when their hour turned. Little Swallow, ladling, understood that this too was a blessing kept, not a gift flung, but a warmth shared, until both hands remembered flexibility. Min began a small practice of sending a button out into the world each week. She chose one from the tin of survivors and slipped it through a bit of thread onto a child's coat, or an old man's pocket, or the ribbon of a girl's braid. For when something needs staying, she would say. The button often did nothing mechanical, but later, when a day tried to come apart, the hand that found the button also found itself and held. The tutor's wife, keeper of kettles and thresholds, taught her students a quiet way of closing the room at dusk. They turned together toward the door and named aloud, each child in their own words, one thing the day had made more possible. My hand learned a kinder line. I can hear the river and not think only of crossing. I lent a pencil and did not count its journey. The door received these sentences and held them like a coat holds a body's warmth after the person has left. The next morning, when the latch lifted, the room smelled faintly of yesterday's courage. Across the smaller city where the rickshaw family lived, the boy, edges rounding into young man, adopted a practice he did not explain. Each payday, from his modest envelope, he purchased one good nail from the hardware stall near the gate and pressed it into the hands of someone who was building something. A crate, a henhouse, a story. "For the beam that matters," he would say. People laughed and sometimes cried. A good nail looks like nothing until the wind asks questions. His father kept the first one he received from his son in a shallow dish on the shelf, unsunk, like an oath conserved for its right hour. Letters tied the towns even when feet could not. Min wrote to the cousin who had promised persimmons and received a reply with a leaf pressed so flat it seemed made to be a bookmark in a book of patience. The tutor exchanged notes with the man who had once braced his sentences with ridicule. Now his friend braced bridges with rope. The old scholar found, to his quiet amusement, that the gentler voice travels farther. It is easier to carry. One day of silver rain, a woman from Shanghai stood in the square. not a ghost, simply someone who had waded through too many rooms filled with too little air. She asked for tea without looking up. Little Swallow knew that posture. She warmed the bowl, steeped the leaves with a patience that asks nothing of the water but honesty, and set the tea down as one sets down a lantern for a traveler who has not yet decided whether to stop. The woman drank. Later, Min mended the seam that had given way at the woman's shoulder. No sermon. Thread and steam, two kinds of blessing kept. The town, for its part, did not proclaim itself safe. Safety declared too loudly becomes brittle. Instead, it practiced the small politics of neighborliness. If a door stuck, someone planned it. If a cart lost a pin, someone offered a length of wire that would hold until morning's better solution. If a child blurted the sharp truth at the wrong volume, grown people cushioned it without punishing the truth itself. A kindness remembered is a blessing kept. A kindness repeated is a blessing multiplied. Every month or so, the jar at the tea stand, the one once labeled for future breaks, funded a repair no one person could have afforded. A roof patch for a widow whose laugh had come on time at last. A hinge for the gate to the yard where the children had built their seesaw with boards that petitioned for mercy and got it. A bundle of paper for the tutor when new pupils arrived with ink, but no sheets to receive it. Each time, the jar filled again, mysteriously, obviously. Blessings have their own economy. At harvest, the town walked the repaired bridge as if it were a new instrument, and they were learning its scale. Lanterns, low and round as careful moons, crossed in procession. The river received the doubled light without pride. On the far bank, a singer with a thin voice and a heart like a copper kettle sang 3 songs whose names none of them remembered later, and it did not matter. They applauded softly out of respect for both the singer and the night. And then, because life asks, the town faced a test. A sickness moved through, not roaring but persistent. Throats roughened, fevers came and went like confused couriers. It was not catastrophe. It was inconvenience stretched over too many days. Here, blessings showed their worth. People left bowls on sills, wrapped in cloth against dust. The tutor taught his lessons with the door wider to let air move like a careful nurse. Min stitched masks from muslin and taught children to tie knots behind their heads that did not pinch. Little Swallow served tea at half strength and full temperature, so that weary bodies still felt held, but did not tremble after. They did not win against the sickness. They waited it out with discipline and bread. Which is to say, they kept the blessing of each other and allowed the town to remain itself. When clear weather finally returned, the kind that enters through every leaf, the town did not cheer loudly. It exhaled as a choir hums a note in agreement. Auntie Wei brought out a dish of candied peel she had saved for such a day and made a small ceremony of a knife slicing sugar from rind. Sweetness, she observed, is most honest when it remembers the bitter. People nodded, not because they liked aphorisms, but because the peel spoke persuasively on the tongue. A rumor arrived that Shanghai had closed one of the old dens, and another had opened where the door was hung on a different hinge, but led to the same room. No one pretended surprise. The tutor set his chalk down, looked at his students, and said, "You cannot tidy the whole world, but you can keep your table so that good work fits it." The children looked at their slates and saw them anew, not as chores, but as surfaces upon which a day could make its case. In the smaller city, the rickshaw family set their own table and learned their own steadiness. On a market morning, the boy returned the letter from Shanghai's old friend with a note of his own. I am learning to carry only what the road can bear. This includes my regrets, but not my excuses. He signed it with both his given name and the nickname only his father used when forgiveness outpaced fatigue. The paper smelled faintly of flour. The friend, somewhere in the larger city, read it with hands that had learned to set pipes down and tools up. Blessings travel at the speed of patience. The epigraph of the town, if anyone had been inclined to carve one over a gate, would have been unadorned, keeping, not hoarding, not clutching, not fearfully disguising lack as thrift, keeping as intending, as in caretaking, as in memory that restores instead of rewinds. They kept doors on their latches without daring the wind. They kept songs in small keys, so more voices could join. They kept watch for those who arrived looking at the ground, and they let the ground be soft. One night, after a long day of no particular events, the best kind, the tutor stood at his window and saw, across the square, Min closing the tailor's door, Little Swallow tipping the last water from a pail, Auntie Wei counting not coin, but cups returned clean, the porter stretching his back into a shape that meant enough for today, and in the distance, over the repaired bridge, a line of lanterns making the old promise new. He felt no urge to record it, only to be glad that his eyes had kept it for him. Perhaps, dear listener, the blessing kept for you tonight is the simple assurance that smallness is not failure. A life made of mending and crossing and setting water to boil in time for those who will be thirsty is not a lesser life. It is the life that lets other lives become possible. If you have known loud rooms and harsh lights and doors that asked you to be more than human just to enter, let this quieter town remind you, being exactly human is enough work for any good day. Keep what keeps you, the cup that cools to your hand, the rail that steadies your step, the names you can say without armor. Rest now within those blessings, folded and near. The dawn knows the way in. You have left it a gentle latch.